It's 3:45, so I'm going to call the council committee meeting of the whole to order. At this point, we do have some people missing around the table today who are on holiday. I think everyone I don't see is on holiday today. So just in case people were wondering. And we have an acting city manager today. And we don't have a city clerk, but we're not making decisions or motions. We're asking for information and hopefully receiving the information. I'm sure we will. And so we'll proceed on that basis. So I can lead it off with you, Acting City Manager Eggert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Welcome to part two of our 2025-2026 business collaboration series that we're calling New Growth Opportunities. Since we met 2 weeks ago, you have had the opportunity to distill and review those new growth opportunities that we presented to you on June 25th. New growth opportunities represent new services, programs, operational initiatives, and capital projects that the city seeks to invest in for 25-26 budget cycle. In line with our key budget assumptions and financial sustainability principles, we have recommended these opportunities to you after considering the base operating needs continuing with the same levels of service that the city has provided in previous years. We have established fiscal targets to ensure the city remains financially healthy and sustainable, and have modeled our recommendations over a 10-year horizon to ensure that our plans meet those targets into the future. Today, we continue this conversation that we started on June 25th. This is Council's opportunity to ask questions and gain understanding about our proposed project list. We have made available to you tonight the wealth of our city expertise. Directors and managers from across the organization are online tonight, this afternoon, to answer any questions that you might have about the proposed project list. Further, on July 15th, at the next council meeting, we will provide an opportunity for council to respond to tonight's conversation with a motion to add or remove items from the proposed list of projects. We say proposed list of projects because this motion is not a budget approval, but it will help administration understand the will of council. Projects which are validated will be incorporated into our budget proposal that will be presented later this year to you for formal approval. A budget is more than numbers, and every budget tells a story. The story of this budget is balancing the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow. In total, we are recommending to proceed with 55 forward-thinking new growth opportunities, which includes $36.4 million in growth capital and $10.3 million in operating initiatives, which we believe will advance council's strategic priorities for a more resilient Medicine Hat, which is positioned to thrive into the future. This is why we're spending so much time reviewing these new growth opportunities with you, because these items tell the story of our budget and subsequent action, and subsequently will action your strategy, which will shape the city into the future. So we're eager to get into the details with you this afternoon and look forward to a good discussion. With that, I will turn the podium over to Aaron Heimer to speak and begin part two of our new growth opportunities. Aaron.
Good afternoon. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Welcome back to this second meeting of our budget deliberation series that we are calling New Growth Opportunities. This afternoon, we're here to hear from you, Council, to answer your questions and to have a conversation about new growth opportunities for the city. The main thing that we are looking to get from Council this afternoon is a sense of do these opportunities advance your strategic plan? And do the values of enacting this list outweigh the potential costs using that cost-benefit principle? To reiterate that principle, cost-benefit states that an investment should be made when the benefits for the community outweigh the costs. Tonight, we are asking council to discern within their judgment as governors whether they agree with our administration that this list strikes the right balance of weighing the concerns surrounding affordability with the need to invest in city infrastructure, to ensure excellent services for our residents, and to ensure that we have aligned with your strategic plan so that we can balance the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow. Today, we want you to ask us the questions, whether they're easy or hard. The purpose of this deliberation is public accountability and transparency. This is also for education. As we stated in our previous meeting, the city does a lot of things. We want residents to feel like they understand where their taxes are going and the value that they are providing to the city and to them. Today, you have the options in front of you of how to respond to the proceedings today. You can recommend to add items to the list, to remove items from the list. Last week, we did ask councilors to consider both adding and removing as a way of helping us to remain within our fiscal targets. However, it's also perfectly reasonable for council to request of administration to do the balancing afterwards as well. We'll ask for this clarification when we come back on July 15th, when we meet again to hear the will of council on these issues. To start this meeting, we are going to talk about today's objectives and then jump into a bit of a discussion on property taxes, as this was something that was of concern with many councilors last time that we met. After this, we'll begin the question period. The question period is council's opportunity to ask questions to administration. We will open this time by answering some of the questions that came from our previous deliberation session on June 25th, the ones that we didn't get to answer. We'll have the opportunity for council to ask questions by bringing up on the screen the list that we shared last time that we met. We'll walk through slide by slide, and council can ask any questions that they have about any project that's on the screen, and when council has exhausted their questions from one screen, we'll move to the next. The section following the question period is called council deliberations. And if the question period was for asking questions about the projects, council deliberations is your opportunity to respond to what you've heard and provide your opinions and discuss the merits of the projects. This is an open-ended discussion for council to discuss amongst themselves, and administration will remain on the line to provide any further clarification that is requested by council. Before we begin today, does anyone have any questions about the agenda?
I don't see any, Mr. Heimer.
So just to begin, let's remember where we're at in our budget pathway. We are in the third session of our budget development pathway. This is the second meeting of our new growth opportunities. And this picture is just a reminder that we do have a number of steps, and this is just one stepping stone in the journey towards the final budget proposal in the fall. The things that we are discussing today, though we will use them as a way to help us understand the will of council, none of these things are final until we get to those final budget approvals on December 2nd and December 16th. So there's much more time, and there are definitely, especially what we've heard from council, a lot of different subjects that we need to discuss. So this is just one of those along that path. As we mentioned before, we must pass that budget by December 31st, but this year we are measuring the success of our budget by whether we have inspired the council, confidence of council that the budget that we are proposing meets the strategic vision for the city. So in today's objectives, the primary question that we are trying to answer is council aligned? That the projects that we are proposing will advance council's strategic plan. The list of projects recommendations before you are administration's recommendations on what they believe will advance your strategic plan from our knowledge of the city's operations. This is a tangible pen to paper the steps that we are taking as a city to see your strategic vision come together over the next few years. Our goal in these deliberations as administration is to understand whether council has confidence that these projects will advance that strategic plan. And if not, what modifications are you looking for to the proposals? We are looking to which growth opportunities we should be including in the 25-26 budget. So, and that, as you can see on the screen as well, July 15th, we will be coming back. So today we will have that discussion. It'll be an opportunity for council to deliberate amongst yourselves as well. And then we'll come back on July 15th for an official vote. Again, not to approve budget, but just for our administration to understand the will of council. Jumping then into the property tax section. As we mentioned before, administration is estimating that our tax rate for the city will be somewhere around that 5.6% amount. There are still a number of things to come before we know for sure what that 5.6 is, where things will land, but that's where we're targeting based on the projections that we have today. So, for example, things like budget amendments that come up throughout the year in 2024 could have a drag on our cash going into 25-26, which could have an impact on investment revenue and subsequently property tax. So there are things that could take place that could still derail that 5.6%. But this is where we're signaling at this point in the year where we think things are going to land. That 5.6% that we're providing on the screen, it's important to recognize what that 5.6 represents. This represents increases to meet the costs of rising municipal inflation, to cover assessment growth. It also helps to close the budget gap by 2026 and to provide for new growth opportunities in the amount of $36.4 million in growth capital, as well as $10.3 million in new operating initiatives. And this allows us as well to meet a number of our budget commitments, including aligning with your strategic plan, addressing community needs and ensuring excellent service, balancing affordability with the need to invest in city infrastructure, ensuring financial sustainability of the municipality, and thoughtful use of our reserves. How does the rate that we are proposing compare to other cities? The information that you're seeing on the screen is publicly available. This is information that we've gleaned from media news releases from other cities of what they are projecting their property taxes might look like in 25-26. We've chosen a survey of comparator cities within Alberta, which is consistent with the comparator cities that we used back on April 23rd when we showed you our budget planning comparison of property taxes since 2019, since the pandemic. So this is the same group as that. The main thing to note here is that in 2024, the city of Medicine Hat had the lowest property tax increase across Alberta comparator cities. And if you remember way back to April 23rd, when we showed that picture of the property tax increases that took place during the pandemic, you remember that we were in line with what other municipalities were doing at the time. So going into our 25-26 budget, Medicine Hat is well positioned to be competitive with other cities within Alberta with relation to property tax. In addition to this, the 2022 Calgary Residential Property Tax Survey indicated that Medicine Hat had the lowest total property tax levy per person amongst the 12 comparator cities, which included Alberta's Lethbridge, Edmonton, and Calgary. We ranked 3rd out of 12 in combined overall property tax and utility charges for a single detached home, lower than all comparator cities within the survey. With this in mind, we do believe that the property taxes that we're proposing for 2025 are coming in line with the expectations that are being set by other municipalities across Alberta. We do want to say something as well about affordability. The purpose of the next two slides is not to indicate or make any presumptions about what people can afford. It's merely to provide a few pieces of data for you for your consideration. What we're showing here on the screen are statistics that came from the 2024 tax levy briefing note that was put together back in April, which indicated that our median home in Medicine Hat was somewhere around $315,000. As well, the median annual income for an individual, a family in Medicine Hat was somewhere around $97,000. So this puts us, the median annual wage is somewhere slightly lower than the Canadian and Alberta averages, but fairly close. As well, this median household of $315,000, when we look at that 2022 residential property tax survey, excuse me, we ranked 3 out of 11 in the comparator cities that were provided, which put us lower than Lethbridge, Calgary, and Edmonton as well. So this is where we sit. Median, for those who aren't familiar with the term, maybe listening in, median means that there are 50% of single-family dwellings within the city that are worth more than $315,000, and 50% that are worth less than $315,000. When you translate this then into the cost of the municipal tax increase, which was provided in our 2024 tax levy briefing note of 4.4%, this equates to about $11 per month per single family at that $315,000 amount, and only about $7.67 of that was the municipal component. It's also worth mentioning that the City of Medicine Hat has done a lot and is doing a lot to help with the affordability of residents within the city. We've just put up on the screen a few of the things for your consideration that have happened over the last number of years or are currently ongoing. First one here that we talked about was during the pandemic, we froze taxes in 2020 and 2021, as well as reduced our property tax target from 4% down to 2.5% in 2022. It's estimated that the city had foregone annual revenues of about $7.5 million related to these tax freezes during the pandemic to help during a very uncertain time for residents. In addition to that, this council has approved one of the city's largest relief credits in the city's history at $33.2 million, which was administered through the utility bills in the previous year to help again with the cost of rising utility and energy. The third one I want to mention here is the $1.8 million that has been approved for the fair entry relief credit that has been administered through utility bills, again to help low-income individuals with the costs of economic instability. On top of that, fair entry also provides subsidies for transit, recreational facilities, and educational programs. At our Esplanade, we have a Pay What You Will program that allows access to the gallery at a price that the patron can afford. We also have affordable and subsidized housing contracted through the Medicine Hat Community Housing Society, and Community Warmth Program, which is a program which helps those struggling to pay their utility bills, and a Newcomers Transit and Recreation Support Program, which provides up to 3 free transit and 3 free 31-day recreation passes to newcomers in Medicine Hat. So these are just some of the programs. These aren't all of the support programs, but these are the ones that are more targeted towards affordability. So I wanted to bring those to your attention. This just goes to show that this city is doing a lot of things to help with affordability. And I think that that's something that we should be proud of and share. Getting then to the impact of property taxes. So the impact of property tax increase. What we're indicating here, 5.6%, this is 5.6% in 2025 and 5.6 in 2026. What this chart indicates is that the estimated increase to property taxes per household in 2025 and 2026 as a result of a 5.6% tax increase would be approximately $9.97 per month in 2025 and an additional $10.53 in 2026 for a total estimated tax increase per month over the 2 years of $20.50. The incremental impact of adding a percentage or dropping a percentage of tax would be about $3.66 per month for the median household by 2026.
Mr. Heimer, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly. Mayor Clark had a question, but I think it might have been about the last slide.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. It was slide 8, and I know that you have a new growth opportunity that has to do with fair entry, I think with respect to customer service. But I'm just wondering, since we have all this expertise in the room and around the table, are there gaps in our existing fair entry subsidies that we could consider filling at this point? I know one is here, but I don't know about, people who work in those areas may, see that people are struggling to access various services, and so I just wanted to throw it out there.
I might pass that one on to Managing Director Stouth.
Thank you through the chair to Mayor Clark. I think it's reasonable to expect that staff are constantly aware and listening to customers to understand what shortfalls exist. I don't know if we could ever create a scenario where we had perfection, but I do think that from many of the low income passes that we administer for transit recreation, we are hitting the mark very well from an affordability perspective. Where we do lack, though, in transit, for example, as our subdivisions grow, we have to figure out a way to stretch our routes so that people have reasonable access to things like transit, and those are some of the things that we're working on and have proposals in this budget package.
If I could follow up?
Of course.
And I can bring this up later when we're talking about the specific services. I know at one point we talked about, there's a certain income range. It's kind of, you don't qualify, you're not low income, but you still can't afford to, have a Big Marble Go pass. And so, maybe adjusting that a little bit and what kind of budget impact that would be, but I will bring that one up later.
Thank you for the question. Okay. This thing goes to sleep on me sometimes. Now we're at the question period. Okay, here we go. All right, so just to conclude on this slide then, what we're discussing today is that jump from that 3.4 to roughly 5.6%. That's that impact to the property tax rate related to new growth opportunities. And the impact of that is roughly about $8 per month by the end of 2026. So if we're looking at 25 and 26, we would be looking at about $4 per month additional cost related to new growth opportunities. So that gives you a bit of a indicator of what the cost of what we are proposing today would cost as far as monthly income to a median household in Medicine Hat. Okay, so with that out of the way, we'll get into the question period. So again, this is council's opportunity to ask questions of administration on the projects that we've proposed to you. This section is deliberately separated from council deliberation. which will be your opportunity to share opinions, endorsements, concerns, or anything else that you would like to raise amongst your peers. In this section, we would like to keep things moving by restricting follow-up questions to one follow-up question and keeping questions and answers succinct and to point. This will allow to maximize the number of questions, ensure that all councillors have the opportunity to ask their questions. Our goal is to get to the deliberation, and if there are further clarification that is needed at that time, administration will be on the line to answer any additional questions that you may pose as you go through your deliberation session. We want to start the question period by addressing some of the questions that were posed during the previous meeting that were not answered at that meeting. So what I'm going to do, I have a list of questions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pose the question and mention who asked the question. And then I will ask the councillor who asked the question if they have any clarification that they would like to make. And then pass it on to the relevant managing director. If the managing director would like to, at that point, delegate that question to one of their staff, they may do so. Okay, so to start, we will start with a question for police, and this was from Councillor Van Dyke, and the question was, are the equipment requests that are being proposed standard in other communities? Councillor Van Dyke, would you like to add any clarification?
Yes, thank you. It was the police and the emergency services. So there was a trailer with emergency services, and then the police had some other equipment as well. So both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. We'll start with Chief Alan Murphy with the police, and then we'll move to fire after that. So I'll pass it over to Chief Alan Murphy at this time.
Sharon, and thanks for your question, Councillor. Through the chair, I can tell you, so our two pieces of equipment that were listed was an uncrewed aerial vehicle and also a public safety camera. Both are commonly used throughout the country in both Canada and the US. Both are used in Alberta as well, in any communities, most communities in Alberta. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Murphy. I'm just going to ask that we're going to be in the question period for a while, so we could stop the sharing.
Yes.
We can't see the people answering the questions. So if we could stop sharing the presentation, then we'll be able to manage all of that. Okay. All right, well, we'll sort it out. I can see them, but that doesn't really help anyone else, but, okay, we'll continue. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Murphy.
Thank you. I will ask the same question then with regard to equipment requests proposed. Are these standard in other communities? And this would be for Fire and Emergency Services for Managing Director Brian Stout.
Thank you, and through the chair. So yes, there's a request for a trailer to house emergency management supplies. This is really a change in how we handle emergency management response in our city. So we have legislated through the province a new system called the Alberta Incident Management System. We no longer focus on the establishment of a fixed EOC. Rather, we use the facilities of the lead department to establish a command post. And this allows the lead departments to have access to all of the things that they need for decision-making, like their SCADA equipment, some of their data access things that they may house within their departments. The concept of a mobile unit to house this equipment allows emergency management to move essential supplies, which are now stored in several locations around the city, into one mobile unit that can be taken to any lead department, lead department facility where we can set up the appropriate incident command post. Is this equipment, is this a standard across the province? So there is a change occurring across the province, but certainly Edmonton, Calgary, Wood, Buffalo, and Lethbridge are implementing this kind of system now, and I think we're going to see more municipalities move away from trying to establish fixed DOC to something that they can set up in the appropriate lead department location.
Great, thank you. The next question was directed towards the Community Development Department. This was from Councillor Shyla Sharps. The question was, is there evidence that there is demand for the more programming at Town Square? And should we wait for the results of the pilot program at the end of 2024 before making a decision? And again, I'll ask Councillor Shyla Sharps if she has any further clarification she would like to make.
Thank you so much, and through the chair. No, I just be very clear. I know we had a lengthy conversation a few months ago about the programming, and we wanted to see what it would be at, I think it was Q3. So I would personally, I mean, it hasn't been that well used. So if we can get it used, great. But if we can't, I would hate to see us keep continually doubling down and saying we can make this work. Let's make it work for everyone, not just for us. So that, my question is around that. So when I see it in the budget and the only thing I've seen down in Town Square is sponsored by the city, I do question what the value is. So, but maybe I don't have the big picture. So that's why I was looking for that.
Thank you for the question. I'll pass that on to Managing Director Brian Stout.
Thank you, and for the question, and through the chair to Councillor Sharps and the rest of council. It's an excellent question, actually. So council tasked us with trying to come up with ideas that would increase the activation of Town Square throughout 2024. So we have begun that, and yes, it is early in the process. And we started this in June and are rolling into July, and we have events planned all the way through to a midpoint in September. We've seen increased activity. The best response was the last one that we held, so we've seen them increasing week by week through our block parties and different functions. So we are applying some dollars through our existing budget to try and program that. We have tried many things in the past to promote and encourage individual groups to come down and book Town Square, and we've reduced the administration requirement for them to rent space and the cost, and we've had very little success. So what we've done now is said, okay, well, we are going to do some work with setup of the facility and take down of the facility, porta potties, et cetera, and there's a cost attached to that. And so the reason that we are putting a dollar request into the budget is if we get to the end of our pilot project and it's successful, you know, we hope that we've got budget money to continue it, if that's the will of council for us to drive activation through Town Square. It has been successful so far and is ramping up. I expect with the nicer weather that we've got coming, we'll probably see increased activity and attendance at the functions that we have there. So we are, you know, we're here at sort of noon, if you want to call it that, in our budget deliberation process. It's not the 11th hour, and we don't have to make a critical decision on it. But we do have it in our ask because we were tasked with increasing activation, and yes, it does cost us a little bit of money to do that. And so we're continuing on that path, and we will be back to council with a report after our program is finished in September to help finalize anything on council's mind.
Okay, thank you. The next question was for the airport, and this was from Councillor Van Dyke. The question was, what is driving the asks for equipment and staffing requests for the airport new growth opportunities? Are these in response to a study? Is it typical to see this number of requests coming from one department? Councillor Van Dyke, is there any further clarification? Okay, then I will pass it over to Acting Managing Director Stan Nowakowski.
Thank you, through the chair. There's multiple reasons for the airport requests. First off, there's a need to improve and adapt maintenance practices, leveraging federal grant funding opportunities. So that's for the material shed and for the grader. Both of those items would be 100% funded through federal grants, and they wouldn't proceed without those grants. Regarding staffing requirements, that's needed to satisfy results of a recent safety and regulatory compliance audit. Appropriate staffing's needed, specialized training for that staffing. We also did a jurisdictional scan of other airports, including Lethbridge, Red Deer, Lloydminster, and also out of province, North Bay, Ontario. They have similar types of requirements and staffing. And then also just a requirement for financial resources to appropriately affect commercial attraction to the airport. We also have Airport Manager Boyd available if there's any more questions.
No, thank you. That answers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is directed towards environmental utilities, and this was from Councillor Shyla Sharps. The question is, have we considered alternatives to the food waste compost facility? If so, what alternatives have we looked into? And I will pass that on to, I will ask Councillor Shyla Sharps if she has any further clarification she would like to make.
Thank you very much, through the chair. So maybe just to add to that question, if I could, and if I can't, that's, you can tell me, you can answer it later. So when I was looking at it, and I want to make sure I clearly understand it, I think there was 1 FTE attached to it. So when 2 FTE? So when I look at it, my question is kind of twofold. So let's just say this gets approved and there's 2 FTE, but then after that, is that number just turned into operations? So that number is a permanent going forward, or is it just during the operation of this project? And then I guess my question is it's only really 2 people to operate it? That's cool. I just don't know.
So I can provide, sorry, when you're mentioning the 2 FTEs, was that in the business case itself?
That was in that spreadsheet. I thought it was 1, but there you go. He's got it.
You're correct that there is in the business case itself, there is an indication that in future periods, there could be additional FTE of 2. Yes. So not in the budget ask this time, but it is an indication that this would result in FTE at some point to run the facility.
Thank you. And then the only other addition to that was this approached regionally at all? Or are we looking at it just specifically from, solely from the perspective of the city of Medicine Hat? Or was there any conversations with the region about doing a facility like this?
Thank you. I'll pass that on to Acting Managing Director Stan Nowakowski.
Thank you, through the chair. I know environmental utilities did research into several options, and I will pass it over to Waste and Recycling Manager Shane Briggs to run through those options.
Thank you, everybody. Through the chair and to Councillor Sharps. So essentially, yeah, we built our 10-year strategy, our solid waste strategy, through best practices, existing programs, and future regulatory challenges to provide a foundation for developing options that will enhance the city's current waste management systems. So during that, or in that 10-year strategy, how we ranked that was we had 3 separate criteria, which was economic feasibility, social impact, and environmental impact. And that was adopted by council, I believe it was on November the 6th. So we've that was basically the lowest hanging fruit in our strategy. It was the best bang for the buck, if you will. We have looked into other options. We looked regionally to see if possibly, Red Cliff has a composting facility, and to see if something like that would work. We had a regionalization study, and to be perfectly honest, we also have the carbon offset credits that we've been applying for every year. And essentially, if we were to do that on another site, we wouldn't be able to claim those credits, which is about $400,000 a year. So we were looking at that as well. The chickens, I know the chickens are a big thing, and basically, I guess as far as health and safety concerns, food waste, it contains pathogens and contaminants that could be harmful to chickens if ingested. It's kind of a health issue for birds, and potential transmission to humans for diseases. As well as like their dietary requirements. It might sound kind of funny, but they need to have a balanced diet. And I know that certain municipalities do have the chicken bylaw, for each household. But as far as a practicality for Medicine Hat, it would definitely aid in assisting our waste management, but it's definitely not a how would you say it, like a comprehensive approach to involve reduction in the waste. So those are other options we did look at, just concerning the food waste. And like I said, we have a list of 20 strategies on our solid waste strategy that were ranked accordingly, like I mentioned.
Thank you very much for that. So I think I might not have understood the one component about regional. So what did the regional study look like, and did our regional partners, were they involved in that, or do we just look at it and not involve them? I just think there's always so much room for cooperation and cost sharing, and when I look at that big number from a taxpayer, I go, are we sure we can't do this with somebody, right? So, because that's a lot of money. So just wondering if we just thought about it, or did we actually talk to our framework partners?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Sharps, we had a regionalization study, and I can't recall the amount of time or the time period that was over, but basically at the end of the day, there really wasn't, because there was so much involved with the the Red Cliff Cypress landfill has 200 years of airspace. The city has all the assets, as far as equipment, and also then the Cypress County is involved as well because of the partnership. So we did all three of them. We were in the same room at the same time, and there wasn't really a win-win for anybody, really.
Thank you very much. Okay, the final question, then we'll head into the more open-ended question period. This one was for the Department of Customer Care and Billing. This was from Councillor Van Dyke, and the question was, how many people have utilized fair entry funding administered through utility bills? Councillor Van Dyke, would you like to add any clarification? Okay, I will pass this one on to Managing Director Eggert.
And I'll ask Lola Barta to provide some numbers from customer service. Thank you.
Thank you. So for 2023, the program had completed applications of 1,167 at a cost of $1.4 million. In 2024, at the end of June, that number increased to 1,387, an increase of 220 from the 2023 number. And that's a total cost so far to the end of June of $800,000. I just want to provide clarification that for 2024, the credits are not retroactive. So if someone applies in May, then their credit would start in May and go till the end of the year. So it wouldn't be retroactive to January. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. So in this next section, I will, as I mentioned, I'll bring up on the screen the projects that we touched on last time, the same list. And that'll give an opportunity for council to pose their questions to administration for the projects on the list. Anything that's on the screen, that'll just be a way for us to kind of create a bit of a process here so we can get to everybody.
Sorry, just before you start, I have on page 7 of the package several questions that were asked by Councillor McGrogan. Can we review those answers if possible?
Do we have a copy of those, sorry?
It's attachment 1, page 7.
Do you have a copy of the briefing note?
If I may on that, I understand that probably a lot of those questions, or some of them might be related to the deliberations of the next session, but I'm good either way.
My apologies. Yes, so the first question was overall, if this whole piece was discarded in its entirety and the new growth opportunities, how would that change the bottom line proposed tax increase? And I believe we touched on that one. It would be approximately a $8 per month reduction. It would bring that from 5.6 down to 3.4. If we did not approve any new hires, how would that change the bottom line on the proposed tax increase? I apologize, I didn't do the numbers ahead of time on this one. I do believe that, yeah, we have 10-ish FTE requests. On average, those are about $100,000 a person. So that would be about $1 million worth of tax. And if I remember correctly from our previous session, that would equate to about an overall tax increase of about, I believe it's 2%. And then on the slide showing key assumptions, changes since April 2024, the numbers are quite different. What details have changed between now and then? So this is referring back to the key assumptions changes since 2024 that was in the June 25th package. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was April that showed a vast difference between April and present.
Right, and specifically referring to sustaining capital property tax, the reserve 2025 reserve budget gap utilization. Are those the ones that you're referring to?
I'm just trying to find it.
Sure.
Under pressure now. I'm just leafing through here in kind of a panic to find it, but it was the key assumptions. I think I even said what page it was on when I put my questions forward, and it was in relation really to, yeah, in April there was a projected, I think, increase of 4 point something, and then it was 5 point whatever it was. So the difference, I guess, mostly I take it would be these new projects for the most part.
Yes, yeah, I believe I remember what you're referring to. Thank you. I should come more prepared. I apologize. So, yeah, so the key assumption change here for property tax increased from a 4.9% to a 5.1%. So that's the major shift. It's about a 0.2% increase over that time. And there's a lot of things that factor into how we calculate that property tax amount. The main thing to note is that our property tax target is being anchored by the 2026 budget gap close. So our intention is to target closing the budget gap by 2026. So that's what's fluctuating that property tax amount as we add or remove things that have an impact on the 2026 budget gap. That's what's causing that property tax to increase or decrease. On the other side of the equation, we can add things to the list and a lot of the operating initiatives that we've added to this list since the 5 million that we indicated in April. A lot of those things are one-time initiatives that take place in 2025. So they don't have an impact on our 2026 budget gap. They're not impacting the property tax that we're targeting for 2026. But what they do is they create a drag on our reserves in 2025. So we did indicate as well that the 2025 budget gap that we were initially targeting was somewhere around 7 million. And that has increased to 10.3. The estimated the estimated budget gap in 2025 is now around 10.3. So that's about an increase of about 3.4 from our initial targets. So those are the two pieces that are playing on each other there. As we increase our sustaining capital and our growth capital, the main thing that's impacting our property tax and our budget gap is the draw on cash that's resulting in less investment income during that period. So if we have less cash in the bank, we're not bringing in as much investment income, and then that's going to rise in a need to fill that gap somewhere, and that could be in property tax. So it's all based on the timing of when that stuff comes in. I hope that helps answer the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's off completely. Okay, technical difficulties. Apologize, Councillor McGrogan, for not having those questions ready and available. Okay, so we will get into the question period then. And during this period, we'll allow council to ask their question. And instead of me directing it, we'll just allow the managing directors to respond for their relevant areas. If the managing director at that point would like to pass the question on, they can pass it on to the director of their area at their choosing. And I will attempt to direct the slides if they're working here. Speaker list now. Okay. Something isn't working here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Again, just a reminder, this is the slide or the order that we'll go in. We'll start with innovation and work our way down. This is the investment in council strategic priorities, 36.4 million in growth capital, 6.9 million in operating expense in 2025, and 3.3 in 2026. And just to follow up on that last point, you can see even within these numbers, that dip from 25 to 26, a lot of those costs in 25 are one time. So they're not pervading into 26, which isn't increasing that property tax amount. So, okay, and with that, I'm going to get out of the way and allow council to ask their questions. When it seems like council is exhausted on the slide, then we can move on to the next one. We have, for your sake as well, we've added on the right-hand side, there is a little indicator if there is an ongoing cost related. Green actually means that we have an ongoing savings piece. Red is an ongoing cost. And there are little indicators, little asterisks beside the names if there are FTE implications as well. So with that, I will allow council to ask questions about this first section, innovation.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council? I've got a couple, but I'll... Yeah, if you could hit the button to ask questions, because I think there'll be a few. So I have Councillor Van Dyke, and then Councillor Hirsch, and then Councillor McGrogan. I know you can't see the speaker screen, so I'll just give you the first three. So Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. My question is around this food waste compost facility and also the the landfill airspace optimization, which I understand is in a different section, but they kind of go together. I'm just wondering if maybe some of the comments I've heard in the community is concern about the high price tag with this. But I'm wondering if there could be some information shared from administration on the costs associated with having to develop a new landfill if we don't maximize the use of our existing landfill. So I think the combination of the two projects is about $10 million. But I think that it would help the public to understand what the costs would be without doing these projects. If someone could speak to that, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I will pass that over to Waste and Recycling Manager Shane Briggs.
Great question, through the chair to Councillor Knodel. Sorry, 1 sec here, I lost my screen. Apologize. So, sorry, yes, we basically, we had a high estimate, high level estimate done for siting a new landfill, and the new landfill came in between $65 and $90 million. Now, that is, it's a very, very big number. What we're trying to do right now is we're trying to be able to give our community the autonomy to manage its own waste services as waste management, because if we have to rely on a outside entity, we could be taken advantage of, or just pay dearly, I guess, for it. So we are trying to manage our own assets as we see fit, what's best for Medicine Hat, and yeah, that basically the project for the composting facility, that would, it is 9.5. That's a high level estimate as well. There's $2 million worth of that would, basically go to running a water line to the facility, because right now it doesn't have a water line. And then, basically, and then as far as the cell, which you're right is 100% in line with that, or under the same page. And essentially, we have to take advantage of opportune times with a field plan to capitalize on all the real estate that we have out there. And it's just certain times that it's almost like a jigsaw puzzle when you're putting that together, and it's just opportunity times when it's like, okay, we can put another cell here. So yeah, so the cell that we were introducing as far as landscape or the landfill optimization wouldn't make the landfill approximately 15 more years. So each year, roughly $4.5 million would be spent for revenue for an additional year of landfill at today's rates. And when I say that, that's where I'm saying, in the next few years, if we were to go to outside entity, after 2034, we really don't know what we're paying. And that's I just don't like the risk. We don't like the risk for the city, for the residents.
Next, we have a question from Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks for that. It is with regards to the food waste compost. So I read the business plan, and it talks about regulations and the regulator. So who would be the regulator that would manage that? Is that Alberta, province of Alberta? Is that the federal government? Or who's the regulator?
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, it is the Alberta Environment. And I guess that's the other component about it. As far as regulatory requirements, right now, nobody thinks of the current landfill as a landfill and compost facility. They kind of just manage it as waste management facility, kind of maybe forget about the composting. But a new compost code of practice came in 2022, just the end of 2022, and it's requiring us to retain a moisture content of between 50 and 60% moisture on our feedstock, and as well as anybody that's been out to the landfill would know that there's piles and piles of compost, finished compost that we have out there. So another part of that new regulatory framework that's coming in is a 5,000 cubic meter pile limit, and we're well over that. So essentially, we were looking at to be in compliance with the moisture content, we would have to put the water service in anyway at roughly $2 million. And then as well as, to move all those compost piles around to basically, like we have piles that are 30,000 cubic meters. So in order to maintain compliance, we would have to spend a lot of money on basically moving those piles around to maintain your limit, your minimum your maximum, 5,000 cubic meters.
So I got a few questions. So when you say move the piles around, well, what does that mean? Like, is it going off-site? Do we have to, and if it's compost, is there not an ability to either have it available to hatters for their use? Is it finished compost, like the ability for us to put it back into the gardens, et cetera? I'm just not following when you say moving the piles.
No, great question to the chair, to Councilor Hirsch. Basically, we have two kinds of compost. We have a category B, which is what we use for the biosolid compost, which we currently do not have a market, and we are stockpiling, which would essentially be the landfill cap when we do cap the landfill, or go towards that, as well as we have the category A compost, which would be the yard, leaf and yard waste, as well as the food waste pilot that we sell out of that every year. And that's basically to residents, to commercial entities. But it's the B compost, the biosolids that we take in from our wastewater treatment plant that we really don't have a market for. And that's what's piled, and that's what we'd have to move around.
So I still don't follow moving it. I just don't follow the moving it around. Like, it's still technically on the property, wouldn't it be? Like, if we're not in compliance. I just don't follow when you say move it around when we're at supposed to be at 5,000 and we're well above that. What is that? By moving it around, what does that help us? I just don't follow that yet. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So basically what I mean by that is it's per pile of 5,000 cubic meters. So if we have a pile of 40,000 cubic meters, we would have to make
nine piles.
Yes.
Or whatever, yeah, of 5,000
Right.
each. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that. The question I have is, we asked for, I think this is the one that talked about emission offset, where we can get some grants, and we got extensions on that. I guess the challenge is if we were to, I guess I'm just trying to think about things in terms of hitting all these projects on at the same time. And maybe these are gonna be repetitive questions by me on almost every project. What would it look like to defer? So would we lose the emission offset that I think we're asking for an exception or an extension, if you will? And I guess the other question I have is, it talks about 20,000 ton or ton limit for incoming compostable material. What number are we at? Sorry, that's two individual questions, but maybe you can help me understand.
absolutely. So, sorry, for your first question, as
Is
far as
defer.
the carbon offs,
Yeah,
the carbon offsets, we do, right now, we are applying for another 5-year extension for the carbon offset program. We were told that would be, I believe it's our 3rd extension, based on the same way we've composted for the last 20+ years, which is windrowing. So without, we are applying regardless of this project, but without an actual change to the processing. I guess it, if I should say, could possibly lighten the chances of getting the extension. I'm not saying it would for sure, but it possibly could, because we have to prove the financial feasibility when we ask for that extension. And then your second question for deferring as far as the tonnage. So right now we are just under that 20,000 tons. So we would, we've looked at all kinds of scenarios. Like, we didn't wake up one day and think, you know what, let's do food waste.
for sure.
We looked at all kinds of scenarios on actually diverting some of that material to, to another entity, be it Red Cliff or the regional landfill there. And then we lose those credits as well, that, because we're not processing it, just to remain under that 20,000, so we wouldn't have to defer. So once we're over that 20,000, we basically have to reapply, get a new approval. We have looked at different options for sure, and it's by deferring, it just would it really wouldn't help us out. It wouldn't be the greatest choice.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate that, and I'm just thinking out loud, and we're all going to be doing that. You mentioned about $2 million just to do the water line, to which it looks like we have to have some compliance relative to that. So I'm just trying to think if we bring this on in phases, because by instituting the water line, we do meet criteria without a capital build of the building. And then I guess my question relative to the 20,000, where we're very close, when do you estimate that we hit the 20,000? Because there must be modeling historical increases over the years that we know it increases over, I don't know, 1,500 a ton a year. I'm just grabbing numbers, but when do you anticipate we hit the 20,000 tons?
So, good question. We have been very consistent with just being right around the 19, just under 20,000 tons. With our pilot project that we're doing, we're actually going to be a little bit over, which our regulatory AEP knows about. We've given them the heads up that we are trialing this pilot, and then we're running the pilot just to try all different things. Like,
right.
we're actually right now we're recycling the water that the fire hydrants get flushed out at. So we're actually bringing that water back up, and it's also because, don't get me wrong, because of the state of the river. So basically, we're trying to recycle that water and bring it up back to the landfill, and then use that on our compost windrows to maintain that moisture content, rather than bringing in water. So we are trying numerous different things on this little pilot project that is essentially just a small fraction of what a big facility would be. And, we're trying to do our lessons learned from this pilot project, so we don't build a $10 or $10 million, $9.5 million building if we don't need it.
Right. And I guess that's my question from a phased point of view. If we did the 2 million for the water line and then defer the construction of the building, what would that look like? And I do have one final question, and then I'll yield the floor. What would just the construction of the 2 million water line do for us? Would it help us a long way in terms of regulatory? It probably wouldn't resolve the 20,000 ton that we're looking at hitting, is that correct?
Correct. Wouldn't resolve the 20,000 ton, it would resolve the moisture content,
Yeah.
but it also wouldn't resolve the, stockpile, allocation of the 5,000 cubic meters.
Okay. And then, so thank you for that. And then the final question would be, if we were to build the facility, what capacity would it start off with? And what capacity, what's the max capacity? So what's the actual versus max capacity this processing unit could do for the city?
So we would basically get an approval for a 50,000 ton, up to 50,000 ton, a year facility.
And that would defer by 50,000 ton to the landfill, I'm presuming, or it would. I just need to understand what does 50,000 represent? Does it represent that that's 50,000 doesn't go to the landfill, or what does that represent?
Oh, yeah. So basically what that represents is I say now we're at 20, just under 20,000 ton, which doesn't go to the landfill.
Gotcha.
We can't really exceed that, except like I said, with our pilot project, we have given the heads up that we may exceed it by, a little bit. But basically, yeah, that, it doesn't necessarily mean that 50,000 ton isn't going to the landfill, but it's just that the next, approval regulation is between 25 and 50,000 tons, so that's where we would fall in.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor McGrogan has a question or two.
Yeah, thank you. I had some landfill questions, but I think that's been beat up. So if you go to I guess I'm just going through my binder here, and I have a few questions I just made note of. So under environmental land and the capital growth, which is underutilized land analysis, implementation, land acquisitions, and de-risking opportunity. And it's $1 million study I'm taking it. I'm just wondering if I could just get kind of a synopsis of like, what do we have for in-house expertise around this? Just give me some comfort around why we're gonna go outside to, I guess, figure out our business for us on this particular one, because it looks pretty complicated to me.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor McGrogan. It's perhaps a bit mislabeled because it's not actually for a study itself. It's really meant to allow enabling underutilized lands to be de-risked and then brought to market, and or to strategically acquire parcels of land for consolidation, et cetera. But I'll perhaps turn it over to Director Redden to provide additional detail.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Councillor McGrogan, through the chair. Yeah, this not intended to be a study at all, but intended to be more proactive, resulting from the land strategy that we are undertaking, which is already underway and which is financed. And what we're looking at through our land strategy is the market sounding, real estate gap analysis, and we're trying to bring some data to some of these, are they myths or the reality around affordability and availability of housing, for example. We'd originally applied to the Housing Accelerator Fund and anticipated if we got that grant funding, that some of those grant funds could be applied to these measures where we may look at land acquisition, consolidation of parcels, environmental de-risking of certain parcels, and perhaps upservicing and reconfiguration to meet what deemed need is as a result of our land strategy.
Thank you. Can I just carry on? Would you want all the questions under this issue? So the next one is to municipal works, actually. And it relates to weather stations. And I guess I'm just curious why we need our own weather stations. That we seem to be quite a public domain in relation to weather and pretty much on-time weather. I'm just wondering what, I see, I see there's a recommendation here, but I'm just wondering if that could be explained with just a bit more detail.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. The weather stations, currently we rely on, there's two weather stations that we rely on. One is a provincially run weather station. It's near the Trans-Canada Highway Bridge. The other one is a federally run weather station at the airport. So they're fairly close together in proximity. Medicine Hat is a relatively widespread with different weather patterns throughout the city. We've seen areas of the city that get hit by a lot of snow, go to the other side of the city and there's barely any snow. Ice on the roads. These weather stations would be, we'd look to install a weather station in the north, Crescent Heights area, as well as one in the south. Also some on some of our hills. These weather stations would be, excuse me, detailed weather data that's collected, including things like pavement temperatures, which we would use to determine what best treatment to use during a snowstorm, whether we use traction control or preemptive de-icing material, things like that.
Thank you. So just one more in this area, and that's data and analytical strategy and development, and that's under corporate planning and performance. So I guess my question was, I just put a note in here, is this linked to the records management system ask? And is there an intelligence, I guess, component that would mesh with the records management component that's in a different area? Thank you.
So through the chair, they are two separate items, Councilor McGrogan. The data analysis strategy and development is focused more on leveraging existing data that we have and leveraging that and creating some information around making better decisions, data-based decisions and so forth. The records retention item is included in the advanced collaboration ecosystem, which is on this page as well. That particular project, one of the 4 benefits would be enhanced record retention practices. You can see on this particular item, the ongoing cost is a green. So essentially, we're replacing existing systems and replacing it with a enhanced Microsoft tools that allows us to be able to do that. So some of the other benefits of that one would include enhancing our cybersecurity posture, introducing modern data visualization and analysis tools, and then also looking at building an automation into our work processes as well. So specifically, the records retention would be more on the ecosystem project as opposed to the other one.
Thank you.
Mayor Clark, you have some questions?
Thank you very much. Do I have to undo? Oh, no. Thank you. I also had a similar question about the advanced collaboration ecosystem. So in point 1, this is on page 52 of the package, modernize the records management and agenda management system in use at CMH, driving efficiency and gaining compliance with our record retention obligations as outlined in our records management policy. Does that mean that we are currently not in compliance with our records management policy?
So through the chair, I'll say a few introduction statements and then maybe hand it over to Director Robinson just to provide more detail about the entire project. So our data records retention policy is quite comprehensive. It needs a lot of work in order to make it more manageable, I will say. And then also what we need is a backup system to be able to manage the records. Right now, we would not be in compliance with that policy. So we want to be in compliance with a records retention policy, which includes how long we keep records, what is a record, and so forth. So with those introductory comments, I will hand it over to Director Robinson, just for a more fulsome explanation about this particular project. And then Mayor Clark, if you have any follow-up questions, we can answer those.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the the question, Mayor Clark, and through the chair to Mayor Clark. Yeah, so Managing Director Eggert outlined that we're not compliant. We have made strides to become compliant over the last 10, 12 years, but one of the barriers we've had in working through the city clerk department is the tools that were selected many years ago, 10 plus years ago, seem to be difficult to use. And I think you've had some exposure to that personally, even trying to use those tools. And so what we're trying to do here is set ourselves up for success. Number one, making it easier. Number two, helping us get to the compliance side of things. And we think those two things work hand in hand. So hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I have a couple of, maybe three more. Okay, thank you. So this, to me, seems like it's entirely internally focused. So there's two things that I think our strategic plan speaks to that are sort of relevant to this. And one is our service orientation, the one window request. And then just in the background, the importance of the interface between our organization and the public. And so this seems like it's making it easier for us to communicate internally and analyze our internal data, but not so much to the interface between us and the public, and making, working with the City of Medicine Hat an easy kind of seamless process. You don't have to know which email or which phone number, it's just one phone number. And then also the ability for the public to easily access a wider breadth of documentation on our website. I know there's been a lot of freedom of information requests, but I think proactive disclosure is always preferred. Would this system assist us to create such a library where the public could search, and so thereby improving our interface with the public? I think it's you, Marty.
Okay, all right. Through the chair to Mayor Clark, yeah, 2 points there. Good points. So one of the roles of our IT group, and one of the purposes of having a request like this, is to build the foundational systems, and we continue to do that. We continue to modernize them, make them more effective, internally first, and then it allows our business units, like city clerk, like corporate communications and others, to leverage those tools to push information out proactively if they choose. This program is intended to do that, but the first thing we need to do is make sure we are compliant with our records management policy before we start releasing records proactively. So to use it as an example, recently there's been a lot of angst, I would say, on accessing our bylaws. And right now we've tried to work with a couple different business units to help get them pushed out to the website in an easily consumable way. There takes effort to do that. With these new tools, we'll be able to do that considerably more effectively and efficiently. And so bylaws is just one example. Also, with the increase of VoIP requests that we've had, actually searching the information and finding what we need to provide to the public is much more difficult right now than it will be hopefully after the end of this program that I'm proposing here. So I think I've answered both parts of your question, Mayor Clark. But
yes, I guess from my perspective, 100% we do need to be consistent with our records management policy. And I agree with the briefing note saying that's more important than ever for us to be, aligned with that and our cybersecurity and protection of information. But I do question whether it needs to be one and then the other. Something simply like, the records we release through a Freedom of Information request, we've already vetted them and therefore could push them out publicly. Our policies, as those get changed and grow, those should be on our website as well. I think some of them are now, yes. So that's something that I would like to have at least a timeline on of when that might be, because I'm assuming you're already going to have to move data from one place to another place through this new collaboration ecosystem, or to implement the collaboration ecosystem, I'm assuming from OnBase to SharePoint. And so when you're moving that, wouldn't it also just could be part of that step to identify what records are public and what records are confidential? Because I'm assuming that's part of that exercise anyway, through our records management policy. Does that make sense?
Through the chair to, through the chair to Mayor Clark. That's exactly, I mean, there is parallel activities through this program. So it's not finish the 2 years and then start publishing records that we should have maybe published before. The intention was to, but we do have to be careful through that process that we know that that's a publicly accessible record. But there can be activities that can happen in parallel, and we definitely will be working with the city clerk department and corporate communications and other business units to get their information out there. We want to do it with the new tools, if at all possible. We do have to, you mentioned OnBase, which is our existing records management system and agenda management system. We do have to work carefully to migrate the data from there into the new tools before we want to do that before we start releasing a lot of that type of information. And then again, the agenda management component, which you guys are all very familiar with. We want to make that a much better experience for everyone involved. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. If you, at some point, wouldn't mind giving us an update on, what that timeline looks like, I would appreciate it. My next question is about the food waste thing, and I'm not intending to be silly. This is an actual question. You mentioned, there was a mention of chickens. Does any municipality simply sell their food waste to local farmers, like pig farmers, chicken farmers, goats? Or like, is that a reasonable system for getting rid of the food compost, thereby saving our space in the landfill, but not having to expend the money on creating a food compost site at our facilities?
Through the chair, I'll pass that over to Manager Briggs.
Thank you, Acting Manager Nowakowski. Through the chair to Mayor Clark. I guess let's get the chicken thing off the table, because it's basically essentially it's yes, there's other municipalities that do it, but it's in combination with another practice as far as like composting or what maybe we've done the actual math on like the chickens and what it actually would take, and it's over 1 million chickens basically a year to get to a net zero waste. And so if you kind of work that out throughout the single detached homes, that's just over 50 chickens per household if everybody had a chicken coop or whatever. So there's that. So that, I mean, I'm not downplaying that at all. It would be an excellent practice in a combination with something else. And as far as yeah, selling the food or, even giving the food waste to the farmers or whatever. We actually have, we just can't, we've tried to actually do that with our biosolids to get rid of the big piles, because that's actually all ready to go. It's already a completed product, and there's no market for that. There's the odor. There's so many things with the food waste, and as far as like I had mentioned earlier, the chickens. I know it sounds kind of silly, but they, I wish they did eat everything, and it wasn't a health and safety issue, that they could come and we could get 1 million chickens and they would eat, essentially everything. We didn't have to bury it in the landfill, but again, the health and safety concerns with that, and then basically the contaminants of that, and then becoming transmission, possibly the transmission of that diseases to humans. So good questions, but yeah, it would be a really it would be an asset to an existing solution already.
If I may follow up, I am a supporter of backyard chickens, but I wasn't suggesting in this case that the backyard chickens could take care of all of our food waste. It was more what you identified in the second part of your statement, that you had tried to give away, or probably not sell biosolids to local farmers or ranchers. But there's programs like Loop that farmers do collect. It wouldn't be this type of food waste. It would be more excess from supermarkets or grocery stores, which is a different ball game for sure. But I don't think I don't know, if I was a pig farmer or whatever, you find ways to reduce your costs, and this might be one of them. And pigs and goats will eat pretty much anything. So I just wanted to make sure that we had considered that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharps, do you have many questions? Because we're due for a break, but if you have only a few questions, then we'll. Okay, so our break was scheduled from 5:15 to 5:30. I think the last time we broke for that short amount of time was not terribly effective, so I'm going to suggest a longer break than that, unless someone thinks that's a terrible idea.
My preference would be a shorter break, and then we can have a shorter meeting.
I don't think there's much that's going to shorten this meeting. I don't think the extra 10 minutes is going to shorten the meeting substantially. We're only on slide 1, and not all of us have spoken yet. So we're going to be here for a while. So are we okay to break till 1:45? Is that too long? 22? 22, and then we'll come back. Yeah. So we'll come back at 5:40. It's only an extra 7 minutes, but I think it'll make a difference. Ready to get started again? We were still on screen one. So I'm just going to encourage everyone to be more concise if you can with your questions and answers. Answers have been great, but probably maybe a little more information than we need sometimes. So, and we do want to get through everything and don't want to leave something short because we spent a lot of time. Now, to be fair, we're spending a lot of time on the largest item, so I think that's fair. But if we could kind of tighten it up, questions and answers, that would be great. So we really want to get through all of this. And the next person asking questions on this slide is Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Okay, I will try to be super quick. So funny, I have questions on the food waste organics. A couple of things. Number one is when I look at, I think that's the only one under innovation that has any FTEs. Is that correct? So innovation has 2 FTEs in its entirety? Sorry, I just want to make sure I have that right before I ask my
I believe
question.
the 2 FTEs that you're referring to are not an ask in this budget cycle. They, the food waste compost facility
it's
has
2027.
signaled that when the compost facility is in operation, which would be in the next
That's-
budget cycle,
okay.
there will be some additional. I don't believe that there are any FTE requests within innovation.
Okay, so here's my question then. I only have one, and I think, I've already asked it, but I'm still gonna come back to it, because I guess I'm either not understanding the answer, or I need additional information to understand the answer. And that is the regional component. I just don't see how there isn't incredible value with the region, and I guess because I sit on intermunicipal with Mayor Clark, and it's never come to the regional, I feel like it's a conversation that could be had between the councils, and if there's some cost savings to our taxpayers to, not flip 9.5 and they get to share the cost with Redcliffe and Cypress County, I think that's something that we should look at, and I don't know if it ever came to intermunicipal, maybe when I wasn't there, maybe Mayor Clark knows, but I don't recall it. So that was a comment more than anything on that one. I'm going quick, Councillor Robbins. On the advanced collaboration ecosystems, I just wanted a quick clarification on the budget. So Sentinel-1 and On-Base are both going to be decommissioned in 2027, but for 2025 and 2026, we are going to, if I understand this, we're going to continue to operate them in tandem with M365, the E5 licenses, as well as 2 implementation fees. Is that a 2-year timeline for implementation?
So through the chair, there's a 2-year overlap. Those costs, as we just decommission the systems, will go away.
No, I got that, but I guess I'm wondering is why is it a 2-year? Is that really the process on, like downloading On-Base and Sentinel-1?
So the Microsoft licenses will start right away.
Yeah, I see that.
But as we implement them, it'll take time for us to implement and decommission the old systems.
And it's
So
2 years, like that's what the implementation team feels is going to take?
Yes.
Okay, so an extra 300,000 per year. Okay, I just wanted to really understand that. The weather stations, when I read the recommendation, it says it is recommended the Municipal Works Department engage a consultant to review sitting requirements. So my question is this 150,000 for the weather stations or for a consultant?
Yeah, through the chair, the 150,000 includes everything. We would need a consultant to come in and identify the best locations, the number of stations.
So
like
this
that.
doesn't include a predetermined amount of stations?
No,
Okay, so would there be a potential for a budget amendment? Or are we gonna send this person packing saying you got 150 to do everything?
no, we would work within the budget that's there.
Okay.
We wouldn't go beyond.
Do we have an idea of what weather stations, are they only 15,000 or are they more?
Are you speaking to the 15,000 operating?
Well, I saw that as incremental, so I didn't know if what that was.
That's for operation of the stations. There's also maintenance involved, and there's also a subscription to provincial weather associations that share data.
So how many weather stations does this give us, sir? Do you know?
Pardon me?
How many weather stations does this give us? Is it just one?
No, we'd be looking at least one up in the north, Crescent Heights area, one in the south, and then several along some of the hills. So probably Cemetery Hill, Parkview Drive Hill, Dunmore Hill.
So probably 4 or 5?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, got it. I just wasn't clear. I might have missed it, but I didn't see where that was. And then my last question on this one was under the data and analytics strategy and development. I'm struggling with the answer, but probably because I don't understand it. So when we say the city needs to have more visibility of data, how have we figured out what data we don't have a visibility of in order to say we need more visibility?
So through the chair, I will ask Sarosh to come and provide some background to this project.
Sure. Okay, through the chair to Councillor Sharp. So when we talk about data analytics strategy, what it means is that you have to extract the data from the source systems, then bring it to a central repository, and then use it for analysis. So currently there is no repository, and because there is no repository, what users do is that whatever data they need, they would just go to that system and just extract that. So you don't have a full visibility of what all data is there. So what this is going to equip us is that we'll be able to see whatever data is there in the system.
Thank you. So does that work and I think maybe Councilor McGrogan asked this and I didn't understand it. Does that work in conjunction with the M365 E5 program or no?
No, that's a totally separate thing. So what happens is that when you look at the overall use of data, data lies in all these source systems. So when you extract the data to bring it to the repository, you have to model out the data. So I'll take a step back and give you an example that, when you go to a library and may that be a university library or any library, and if you have 200,000 books just scattered around there, and if somebody comes and asks you for a particular book, you wouldn't even know if you have that book or not. But once you put it all in an alphabetical order, you would know what books you have, and if you want to retrieve the book, you can retrieve that book quickly. Data works in the same way that all the data that is in the source system has to be stored properly in a data warehouse so that whenever a user needs the data, you can efficiently take it out from the data warehouse.
And it's something we haven't been doing to date?
No. So
wow.
Currently what happens is that, for example, if you want to do analysis based on financial data as well as the meter data, you will have to extract the data in an Excel file from both the systems. Then in the third file, you will combine the data. Usually modern analytics work is that you automate that pipeline so that every day the data from the financial system comes into the data warehouse, and whatever analysis you need to do, those dashboards are refreshed automatically. For example, you would have seen various dashboards created by different organizations in Power BI or Tableau. So those dashboards are not created automatically or are not manually updated on daily basis. What happens is this data pipeline is automated and created so that every day, whatever the financial numbers are updated in the financial system, it automatically goes into the data warehouse. Then from data warehouse, these dashboards are automatically updated without any manual interference. So this data strategy is going to address all these things, that it's going to extract data from different systems. Every day, the data is going to come automatically to a data warehouse, and then whatever dashboards you need internally, or even if you want to show those dashboards externally to the public, you can show it through the website, and those will be all automated rather than every day manually updating.
Okay, so this is project-only kind of thing. It's not ongoing after 2027?
No, this will be just one time
Okay.
in which we are going to create those integrations from systems to data warehouse and then modeling out the data so that it's properly stored and managed and can be used by the user. So it's one-time investment. After that, it will be just, that's it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. I had questions, but I think they've been answered already, so I just wanted to confirm with Manager Briggs. My questions were, I just want to make sure I heard what I heard. My questions were whether there would need to be water out to the compost, and I heard yes. And then I had the question of is this not more sustainable capital to have longevity to the landfill as opposed to growth capital? But what I'm hearing is that our compost capacity will increase from 20,000 cubic tons to 50,000 cubic tons. So there's a growth there. So if Manager Briggs, I'm not sure if he's still there or not. Yeah, I think that's his initial.
Yes, absolutely.
Are those two things I've said correct? Make it easy for you to answer it. Or if I'm wrong about the second one, let me know.
No, the second one, you're not wrong. It's just that we would be licensed to accept 25,000 to 50,000 tons. So it doesn't necessarily mean we'll be bringing in 50,000 ton like year one. It just means we're licensed to bring in 50,000 ton.
Gotcha. And then,
That makes sense.
yeah, for sure. And so my other question was actually about the advanced collaboration ecosystem, because it has a green arrow next to it, which intrigues me. So is that, the green arrow is as a result of efficiency, as Director Robinson said, as a result of efficiencies and just in the movement of this information and collecting it together. So there's an efficiency in the collaboration, and that's going to mean less cost to the city long-term. Is that fair?
Yeah, so through the chair, this particular project actually is replacing some legacy systems. So it's the cost of those legacy systems we'll be saving and then offsetting with the new enhanced Microsoft system. So
More efficient.
the net will be zero once it's implemented.
Yeah, I've been through that experience of moving to M365, and it does take a long time, so, but effective. Okay, that's page 1 of 7, everybody. Congratulate yourselves, and let's move on to page 2. Mr. Heimer.
And while we flip to this next slide, I just want to clarify one thing that I said to Councillor Andy McGrogan's question regarding the 10 positions within the budget. I'd indicated that there would be approximately about a overall 2% tax increase. Looking back at June 25th, we did have a sensitivity analysis, and it showed that increase of $1 million in municipal would equate to about 1.11% overall tax increase. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, it looks like we're up and running.
All right, any questions anyone has about the new growth opportunity, slide 1 of 2 of community wellness? I think we had a question about town square programming that was covered. Councillor Sharps asked that. Any other questions or about any of these items? I have Councillor Hyder and then Mayor Clark and then Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, and through the chair, just I know, I just would like some more clarity on the community programming kit. I believe James Will answered this before, but I just want to confirm for $150,000 what we're looking for.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hyder, and through the chair to council. The community programming kit is equipment such as large tents, mobile stage, and some audio equipment that we can use in the presentation of festivals and community gatherings in our city. These are pieces of equipment that we can't rent locally, so we outsource and rent from Calgary. In the case of the tent units, the audio equipment that community development is looking at is also not available rent in the city. And so these are the components that we can't get locally per event. So the concept of having this inventory as we try to promote and increase the festival activity in the city is available.
Thank you.
Mayor Clark, you're next.
Thank you. So there's a couple of recommended upgrades to our transit system, our special transit system, and our regular transit. And then there's one rejected item in community wellness that is transit master plan. I'm just wondering how those two things fit together and why the timing of them is that the transit master plan will come before the actual augmentation of the transit system. They're under two different sections, so I apologize. I'm bringing it up here because the transit master plan is in community wellness. But it's rejected, or it's suggested to be deferred.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Clark, and through the chair to council. So both in the cases of special transit and regular transit, we are benchmarking against 2019 service hours provided, and then we saw ridership drop and some very significant cuts made through transit in the COVID period. What we are seeing now in regular transit, we are seeing ridership levels that are at 122% of our 2019 levels. And the ask in this regular transit is to restore hours, service hours, partway back to what we were in 2019, but we're not restoring them all the way. Transit has found ways to work efficiencies in the delivery of service through the use of some of the programs like Transit on Demand, and the combination of Transit on Demand and fixed route, a single altered fixed route that we put back into Crescent Heights. We've also done some things to try and help the load and the capacity on some of the southern routes during peak weekdays. So the ask doesn't bring us back to 2019 levels, but it brings us back partway, and we are, we are seeing ridership levels now that have exceeded what we saw pre-COVID. In the case of special transit, it's a similar situation. So we are seeing ridership numbers increase. In 2019, we saw 22,072 hours, ridership of 44,000. As we get to 2025 and we're working our way back, we are looking at approximately 17,000 service hours, and we're projecting our ridership to be back in the area of 32,000. So those are what we call rider trips. So in both cases, the ask is to restore part of the service hours that we cut when we had minimal ridership during COVID. As far as the transit master plan goes, so the condensed answer is we had a pretty significant run at altering transit a number of years ago that wasn't accepted by the community, and we went back to similar use that we had previously, or exactly the same use. Now we've altered it through the use of things that I mentioned, and now we're holding off on a transit plan, a transit master plan, and we've suggested it could be deferred as we work through what the data is telling us that we should do in the upcoming budget cycle.
Did you have a
Sorry,
follow-up,
I
Mayor
missed, yes, I do. I apologize, I missed that last piece. And to be clear, I am in favor of the service augmentation for transit, and I appreciate the information that was outlined in the briefing notes and that you've provided. It's just if we're kind of trying to adjust our transit system and we're collecting data, is that just because we need that additional data for the purposes of preparing the transit master plan? Is that correct? Is it a restatement?
Yes, Mayor Clark, that would be a good restatement.
Okay, thank you. And just one more, again, from the rejected list. The joint use school pilot operations, school gym programming. That one is, oh, sorry, that's partnerships and governance. My apologies.
Great, Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I had a question for the second slide of this section of community wellness on the yurts. So I think it was budgeted for 2 at the Gas City Campground, or maybe it was 2 down at Echodale, sorry. My question around this is around security. Obviously at Gas City Campground, there's staffing there. There's a lot of people in that area all the time. You know, there's watchful eyes on all the city assets in that place. But out at Echodale, after hours in particular, you know, city assets are more vulnerable to vandalism and theft. And I wondered if the operating costs include security or staffing in monitoring that down at Echodale.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Van Dyke, and the numbers do not include security for Echodale. We haven't looked at it. The park is closed at night, and the yurt would be down in the campground section, which is down that long road to the east. We don't anticipate that we're going to have security issues there, but I do appreciate the question.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had just a few questions on number 1 in the Kipling Street main twinning. My question is, if I recall, the conversation was these pipes are around 40 to 50 years old. And I believe I've heard in the past we have pipes that are significantly older. So what would be the reason to do this now? Is this the precipice, what happened in Calgary? I'm confused as to why we would do that now when we have significantly older pipes.
Thank you. Through the chair, before I hand it over to Manager Sandra Plank, I'll just give a bit of background on the Kipling Street twinning. So EU has identified 18 critical single points of failure that would have serious consequences if these pipes failed. This particular one is the highest rated of that single point of failure. If it did fail, 32% of the city would lose service or have reduced service, water service. So as far as your question about the condition of the pipe, I will ask Manager Plank to chime in.
Thank you, Acting Managing Director Nowakowski, and through the chair to Councillor Sharps. You are correct that we have pipes in the city that are much older than the one in Kipling. Under our Sustaining Capital Program, we have a program, and it's been ongoing for about the past 10, 11 years, where every year we replace a certain number of the old pipes. And as Acting Managing Director Nowakowski said, in this case, this is kind of a separate program where we've identified the single points of failure, the pipes that if something happens to them, they will have a much greater impact than some of the pipes that are in areas where maybe the pipes are in more of a grid system, maybe they're smaller pipes, there will be lesser area affected. So we do have this is the first of an ongoing, there'll be future asks for other pipes that are in a similar condition or of a similar age and are larger diameter that would affect a greater percentage of the population. But we also do have that ongoing program to replace pipes that are older.
Thank you. So I shouldn't look at this and say we're putting all our attention into the Kipling and ignoring all the other pipes. So if I was a citizen watching this, we're not just looking at twinning and ignoring all the other pipes. If I hear you correctly, there are two separate plans moving forward.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. My next question is, it was with the ERTs. I was wondering if someone could tell me currently, and this was just my own mind going, are we at 100% capacity on those ERTs every weekend? And
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sharps, and through the chair to council. We don't have any yurts yet. We have comfort cabins, and we are at about 95% weekend bookings on the comfort cabins.
okay, thank you. You know what? I read somewhere it was at 50%, so I didn't understand why that was. But if it's 95, that makes complete sense.
Yeah, 50% overall bookings.
Oh,
90
because Monday to Friday sucks. Yeah, got it. Okay. My last question is Downtown Patrol Unit, Community Liaison Officers. So I see that we are adding, so my question would be for the chief, if there is an intention of just adding officers or adding the depth or the breadth of the times they serve. So currently, they're Monday to Friday, so would this include weekends? If there was an additional team, and would there be, and another thing that I've noticed as a downtown business owner, when they're on holidays, chief, they're all on holidays. So would this balance out a little bit of continuity of service down there?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Sharps, and through the chair. So you're correct. So it's both things that would be addressed. So there'll be 2 more officers at different times. So the goal is to do afternoons or day shift and then evenings. It wouldn't be 24-hour service. And we also try to make sure that, so for instance, Sergeant Bourne is not working this week, but we have others working there. So there's never a time when there's nobody there. And that may have happened in the past, but we try to avoid that. So you are right. We're trying to have both things dealt with at once. And this just answers to the survey that we did in the fall of 2023, so just last fall. And from 2 years, from 2021 to 23, citizens' feeling of safety downtown during that time, or their feeling that it wasn't safe, increased by 25%. So, and the other area where there was where they didn't feel safe was in the flats. Both areas where are the services for our vulnerable population, and that's why they're in that area. So, yeah, the direct answer is we're trying to address both things with this. To have better coverage, more times a day to make a consistent approach to dealing with this. As it stands now, when there's just coverage during the day, in the evening it gets wide open and people realize they can maybe get away with more down there. Our regular patrol staffing is responsible for the whole city, so they can't just cover downtown. So they do downtown as needed in the evening and overnight. It's just more difficult.
Thank you. And I just had one follow-up question. And it was more about, I know we've done a couple of town halls, and some of the answers to this question have been that there isn't a higher call service downtown, and so there's never been an argument. But my question is this, Chief. Does that include the business owners that do not call the call center? Like, we text the DPU directly. So is that taken into consideration?
Not always. So what DPU will do, so Downtown Patrol Unit members, they respond to many calls directly to their phones. So we have a new system in place where to make it easier for people, so you don't have to call 3 separate people. There's one line to call that'll go to all their phones. And then if they're together, if they're apart, one of them will answer and they can deal with it. So if it's something where they're dealing with a more significant issue, right from their telephone, so they don't have to leave downtown or leave the street, they can actually enter an occurrence report into our records management system on the spot. That's not always done depending what the issue is. So you're right, not all issues are captured. And I'll also add one thing, crime in our downtown. It's not that crime is necessarily higher than other parts of the city. It's the type of calls that we deal with downtown. So you're dealing with mental health and well-being checks, drug and alcohol related offenses, suspicious activity, unwanted guests, things like that, that make people uncomfortable when they see these folks in our downtown. So the answer is a little more complex than just calls for service around downtown. So I think you've hit it right on the head. That's not always captured.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going down the wrong rabbit hole there. Thank you.
So I had a question actually on the downtown patrol community liaison officers, because there seems to be a greater need in the summertime. And if I'm reading the briefing note correctly, there was overtime offered for officers in the summertime. Did that exceed $296,000? Or is that not calculated yet? I mean, the summer's just started.
Yeah, so that goes back into, sorry, Councillor, and to answer your question through the chair, that was a program we did last year where we used, started, I believe it was on the weekend, late August during RibFest, because of the extra people downtown. We started putting some overtime shifts out there in the evening to augment downtown patrol units. So it wouldn't have come anywhere near. We did it for about 6 weeks. It wouldn't have been anywhere near the $296,000. We probably spent more like $15,000 or $20,000 over a number of weeks to do that, just as a pilot to see how it looked for us. And it made a big difference. Business owners made comments that they didn't know what we were doing, but something felt different to them. And it's just because we had extra service out there in the evening. So no, the overtime is nowhere close to that amount.
I guess my question is, if the primary issues are in the summertime, there's issues the rest of the year. But if the primary interest in the summertime where the extra patrol is required, why is using overtime not more viable than 2 new officers?
Thanks, Councillor. And through the chair, what I will tell you is that it's not sustainable to use overtime. Members get burned out, and we actually try to avoid that. If members work their regular shifts, they're working overtime, they suffer burnout pretty quick, and that tends to lead to other issues for us where members may go off work. So I don't like to use overtime in that fashion. In terms of the seasonality of downtown patrol unit and how busy it is, you're correct about that. What I will say is, in this city, until we used to have community liaison officers that we repurposed for downtown patrol unit. We've noticed a real drop off in the ability for us to respond to community issues, whether they want presentations throughout the year, some of the schools that aren't served by school resource officers. And we've had a drop off around that because we can't deal with it because downtown patrol unit is occupied downtown. That's why we've called these positions downtown patrol unit, the extra 2, the new ones, and community liaison officers. During the period of the year where it's not as busy downtown, we would then use them for that as well to pick up that side that has dropped off once we took community liaison officers away a few years back. So we're trying to answer both things at once with this. The public concerns about our downtown and their concerns about community liaison officers.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chief Murphy. It answered all of my questions. And I just had a question about the pump track. I know it was approved, and I'm just wondering, when we're talking about drought constantly, and that continues to be a topic of conversation throughout the province, if adding irrigation and trees to the pump track at this time is a sort of good use of irrigation and water. If it's not something, if there had been some thought of deferring that until there's some greater response to drought or more cohesive response to drought.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. It's a great question. And I think, as everybody knows, Parks and Recreation is working hard to reduce the water use that we are experiencing through this period. The concept of improvements at the pump track, I don't know how many people have actually had the opportunity to go down to the pump track. Perhaps if they're visiting the dog park or the campground, they may have seen it, or using the trails going west to Echodale. That area is becoming a hub of activity, and the pump track utilization has been very, very good. What the improvements that we've wanted to do there is have some water on site that the folks using the park, of course, can have extra water to drink if they drain what they've brought with them, because that doesn't exist there yet. Certainly some trees and grasses that were put in the area and any irrigation would enhance that to make it more of a park-like setting. It looks a little bit barren there now. But just as we're looking at in any park or new park or rehabilitation that we're doing, there's a very conscious effort on drought-resistant grasses and tree species that don't require as much water as others, and certainly that would be taken into account in the design of improvements in the area.
Thank you very much. So we were sort of dipped into page 2 of community wellness. Did anyone have any questions or comments or questions at this time about page 2 that weren't already asked? All right, moving on. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mine is more of like a, I don't know, process question. Things in here like trail crack sealing, that's something that we would presumably do as part of ordinary maintenance. I'm just wondering why that one particularly would be included in new growth opportunities.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. It's a really good question. So we have 155 kilometers now, and I think I've got the number right of trails that we maintain. Our crack sealing program has been done on an ad hoc capital ask basis, and we have a backlog. So what is being asked is a program that will allow us to address the backlog over a 4-year period, and then it will shrink to a much smaller amount, down to ongoing costs of $50,000 once we've got the backlog taken care of. So we don't have the budget in place now to address what we're seeing for needs as far as cracks in the trail system go. And certainly crack sealing, will increase the durability of the track and the life of the path, and also make it safer for both those on foot and bikes.
Thank you.
All right, so the next page is economic evolution. I think there's one page of that with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items on it. Any questions about this slide at all? Seeing no questions. Oh, you're gonna push, okay. Yep, no problem.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had a few questions here on, so the very first one, the downtown surface upgrades for 25-26. So with us currently tearing up parts of Third, what areas is this? Because Second Street was done a few years ago, so is this more of the peripheral areas of downtown or like the outskirts, or I guess my question, much to an earlier question, is this not just part of normal repairs and maintenance?
Thanks for the question through the chair. This is an extension of what's going on right now on 3rd Street. So this would go from 5th Avenue, I believe, to 3rd Avenue, going west. So it's the same type of, it's simply the surface upgrades that includes the mid-block crossings, the corner bulbs, some street furniture, things like that.
So not ripping it up and redoing pipes, just the upgrades on top of the
This
surface?
component is just for the surface upgrades.
Okay. And we've done the pipes and everything on that area before, like, right? Is that correct?
Environmental Utilities has a project also, I believe it's in this package that includes the pipe work for
Okay.
that stretch.
Okay. The business and retention and expansion projects and the investment, and I can ask it all together there. The investment attraction strategy and action. I guess I just, I read it. I'm not seeing the entire, what the ask is for. So if I could get a little bit more clarity on what is this? What is the ask?
So great question through the chair. I will defer to Selena McLean-Moore.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. So through the chair, what I'll do is I'll just maybe explain a little bit about the investment attraction strategy that we are going to embark upon. We've been working very closely with land and planning over the last year to identify the different things that we need to consider when we're looking at attracting investment. So what I've been saying in a few places over the past few weeks as I've been talking more about this business case is that I don't want to take our department to take the spray and pray approach to investment where we just go after any type of investor that we can find. I want to make sure that we have the right business case for an investor to come to invest in Medicine Hat. So that includes understanding what our current market is with our current key sectors, understanding what the land looks like, and understanding what we have as far as what we are currently ready for. So there's a lot of work being done right now. We've got business retention and expansion surveys being conducted in manufacturing and defense and aerospace sectors. We also have the land department is conducting a real estate gap analysis and an underutilized land strategy, which you've seen tonight. And we've got land use planning bylaws also being revised. So we're going to take all of that information and we're going to create a strategy together. And that strategy is going to create the story for for us to be able to go after the right businesses and the right sectors to bring to Medicine Hat. So that's going to take some effort. We need a revamp of our website. We need better data. The data currently on the website is quite static, and there's a lot better tools than there used to be offered. And so we're looking at data. We're looking at websites. We're looking at working with industry professionals that have contacts in the specific industries that we're going to target so we can actually go out and bring investments back. So it's going to involve also marketing. We need to be able to develop marketing collateral and profiles so we can profile the sectors and our community. So that in a nutshell is what the investment attraction strategy is going to do over the next couple of years.
Thank you. I'm assuming, I haven't asked this for everybody else, but it's a question that's always in the back of my mind when I ask these questions. I'm assuming we have metrics for what we're trying to achieve, and we're measuring as we go through this if we're achieving them or not achieving them, and therefore if we're successful in our pursuits, right? Correct, or am I assuming?
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. Metrics will be part of the strategy development.
Any other questions about this page? Thank you very much for those answers. All right, that's economic evolution, now partnership and governance. 3 items there. Any questions about those? Mayor Clark.
Thank you. This is where I wanted to ask my joint use agreement question. Just wondering, it seems like a one-time, fairly low-value ask. Just wondering why it's recommending to be deferred.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Clark. I really do appreciate it. So this is something that we looked at through the joint use agreement to try and enhance programming in some of the school gyms that we see sit dark and empty at night, publicly funded buildings. We've not had it before. The very simple reason that we deferred this is because we saw the pressures of the asks that were being put before council and said we've survived without managing with this project. And so I decided that we could defer it and take it up in another budget cycle. Having said that, it's a worthwhile project.
Just as a follow-up, have there been discussions with the local school divisions? Is there an interest on their side of doing a project pilot like this?
Another great question. So we've had a tremendous amount of discussions as we work to establish our new joint use agreement that we have to have in place by the end of March June of 2025. I forget the date. It's March or June of 2025. So we've done a tremendous amount of work. And so, yes, we've had many discussions about how to better utilize our school gym facilities and ensure that they're treated with respect and care and looked after just as we would our own city-operated facilities.
I guess the purpose of that question was just to get some comfort that we're not going to be disappointing. Like, this was not sort of an expected thing on behalf of the schools.
Yeah, and I might say some boards are perhaps indifferent as to how much use their facilities receive after hours, like in the evenings like that. But I mean, the point of the joint use agreement is we've got facilities that we can open up to the school divisions for student use. And in return, we can create more community program for youth activities during the evening. And so they are supportive of that concept. I wouldn't say that, school divisions are necessarily, what's the word, lined up to chase folks into their facilities, but they understand and support the idea of joint use.
Thank you.
All right, moving on then to the next slide, which is new growth opportunities, resilience and sustainability, quite a number of items there. Any questions about any of the items on that page? Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I'm just curious about the environmental utilities. It's the upgrade water truck, and the only part I'm curious about is why $5,000 a year in operating costs in relation to getting a new truck. And I hate being in the weeds on this stuff, but it did jump out at me.
Through the chair, I'll pass that over to Manager Briggs as well. Manager Briggs, you might be muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's Andy McGrogan. Just curious about the upgrade water truck tandem axle. I'm just curious about the operating costs, and it's got a $5,000 a year increase in operating costs. I'm just curious as to why that would be if we're just buying a new truck.
So basically, we usually just replace like for like. The truck we have now is a little bit under. If we had an emergency, we really probably wouldn't be able to put a fire out. So we really do need a bigger capacity truck. And then the capacity truck, because it's a larger truck, could potentially have the additional operational costs like fuel is the main component. But it shouldn't be that much, but just want it to be safe.
Mayor Clark, your name was on before Councillor McGrogan, but I thought it was left over from last. Was that right? Okay. I didn't mean to jump over you there. Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So I had some questions around the electrical service upgrade, utility financing strategy. And so my question around this is if the money, the request for this is to cover the city side of financing transformer replacement costs. This is not solving the problem of cost to the consumer or the ratepayer. I'm assuming this is just to cover the city's portion. Am I correct in that assumption?
Thank you through the chair, and I'll queue up Director Motch for some detailed answers. But essentially, yes, we have through council and directly received some questions from the community about capacity upgrades to transformers in residential areas. Transformers are shared of typically up to 10 people. So there is an argument that that could be covered by the rate base other than what is currently contributed by the individual. So there's two portions to it. The individual pays on site that no one else would benefit from, and then the transformer piece that arguably is a common good. And this is just to cover that shared transformer cost. But I'll defer to Director Motch for additional details.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the requested funding is based on a proposal from our customers and the building community. If a customer requests an electrical service upgrade at their property, if that service upgrade triggers a transformer upgrade, then that individual customer will fund the entire service upgrade. Rather than it being a proportional allocation to the other 5 to 9 customers that are serviced from that transformer. The proposal before you is to fund that transformer upgrade. So rather than charging that upgrade to the individual customer, the utility is funding that upgrade and funded through the rate base. On average, an electrical transformer upgrade is about $3,500 per unit.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Van Dyke?
If I could follow up on that a little bit, just for some clarity. So this is something we've discussed extensively in committee for the last several years. So is the decision then through administration that the city will then cover the entire cost of the transformer for that group, even though it is really basically a local improvement versus an improvement for all of the ratepayers? Or did you look at a way to prorate the replacement costs instead for the person requesting the change? Like, I'm just wondering how you came to this decision that this was the best way forward, given the fact that as time goes on, we will have an increasing number of requests for this and will end up costing the city a significant amount of money.
Go ahead, Director Motch.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke, during our analysis, it was determined that prorating the transformer cost based on proportional use may be administratively burdensome simply because there could be upwards of 10 customers being serviced from this transformer. So if the adjacent customer were to upgrade their service immediately after the transformer being upgraded, the city would have to continuously monitor and potentially rebate customers based on the prorated use of the transformer. So given the volume, the recommendation was to simply fund the transformer upgrades. However, electrical service upgrades, the customer will still be responsible for financing all the costs associated with any upgrades required between the transformer and their property, including all the on-site property upgrades, say inside their home or inside their building. So they will have significant costs that are only attributable to their specific or personal electrical upgrade, whereas the transformer benefits multiple parties within that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Through the chair, I think these were touched on a little bit earlier, excuse me, the airport maintenance specialist and the security and safety coordinator. So I just overall trying to understand currently how those roles are being met. Either the assumption is these are new and in addition to positions, or how are they currently being met? Clearly maintenance is being met at the airport, so how are we doing that? And safety and security. And I guess the question, I'm gonna just ask it, if they were not supported by council, how would they be met going forward?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll defer that question to Airport Manager Boyd.
Through the chair, hello everyone. So how they're being currently met. So the first request is the additional airport maintenance specialist. Currently we do have 3 other maintenance personnel who provide that level of service. And what we're asking for is an additional FTE, so an additional airport maintenance specialist. So these individuals, they create a safe environment on the runway. They keep everything clean. They basically do our regulatory compliance duties out in the field, making sure that the aircraft can come and go safely, wildlife control, emergency response, those types of things. So in the wintertime, so just to give you an example of how we're currently managing things, Monday to Friday, we have to keep hours of service from for 21 hours a day, Monday to Friday. We've got 3 individuals that do that right now that are trained and qualified to do that work. So we have a significant hard time covering for any staff absence, right? Whether that's planned or unplanned, to where we're having a lot of trouble meeting minimum levels of service and hours of service. So that's basically the additional airport maintenance specialist. For airport safety security coordinator, that's done off the side of the desk of our management staff and one of our frontline staff. So these are regulatory compliance tasks and duties, mostly administrative, working in our operating plan manuals, ensuring that we're meeting regulation. As part of this whole budget process, I think Stan, our Managing Director Stan, touched on it a little bit already. We did do a jurisdictional scan to find out how other airports are staffing their operation, both and also financially, how they're funding their operation. With respect to the staffing, we found out that every single airport, similar sized airport that we polled, actually had a dedicated position to airport safety and security tasks, right? So each and every day they're coming in and they're doing that. Right now, with our operation, it is truly done on the side of the desk of our management staff. So we're looking to streamline dealing with those tasks. Also in the business case, you'll also see that we have had a routine series of findings through the most recent airport safety and regulatory compliance audit, through hazard identification and risk assessment processes. that there's insufficient human resources to manage our operation. We're getting by, of course, but there are challenges, and now we've noticed a trend. So we wanted to validate that by doing a cross-jurisdictional scan. We looked at Lethbridge Airport, Lloydminster Airport, North Bay Airport in Ontario, who's really similar to us, and I'm missing one, Red Deer Airport, I think. So if we do not proceed with these staffing requests, we'll just have to continue doing what we're doing. Under our aviation safety management system, we do have an obligation to respond to these established trends that we've identified. So we'll need to internally have a look, repurpose staff from elsewhere, those kinds of things. So that's where we would be at.
Thank you very much for your answers to the question. No further questions on that. Oh, Councillor McGrogan?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. My question would be the same, I guess, of fire and emergency services for the health and wellness program operating budget increase. I'm just curious, I guess, what's in place now and what are the gaps and how is this proposed to fill them?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McGrogan, and through the chair to council. We do have a health and wellness program in place in fire and emergency services right now. We have our personnel that are run through a series of checks, medical checks, on a every 2-year basis. NFPA 1583 is the standard or the guideline that governs health and wellness programs, and their strong recommendation is that we have annual checks. Certainly, since we've established the health and wellness program and in fire and emergency services, we have had a number of what I will call saves, where we've had cancers discovered through those checks, and our firefighters are still on duty because of the program. So it's had some massive success. But we do know that firefighters face a greater cancer risk than the general public in about 17 different cancers. So what Fire and Emergency Services is trying to do is bring them to an annual check and to also supplement through some psychological support, emergency psychological support. I think we heard Chief Murphy talk about burnout in police officers, and we see that in fire and emergency services with the things that those folks do and see. And certainly we have also brought on into fire and emergency services a communications branch, and they have never had any of that psychological support to this extent available to them along with medical checks. We think and are confident that the savings we'll see in lost time from psychological absence or physical absence will exceed the expanded cost of the program.
No other comments on that page. So if I'm not mistaken, we have reached new growth opportunity service orientation, page 1 of 2. Any questions about the items on that page? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Acting Managing Director Nowakowski, you go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wanted to follow up on a question by Councillor McGrogan on that tandem truck, the operating costs. The $5,000 per year may include lease costs as well as fuel and other operating expenses.
All right, service orientation 1 of 2. Any comments or discussion, questions? Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. This is about an item that was not included in either the recommended or deferred list, but it is fairly specifically stated in our council strategic plan under service orientation. Item 3.2, develop and implement a cost-effective, elegant solution for receiving and responding to community input, questions, ideas, and requests for support, targeting a one-window approach. And then the definition provided for that type of approach is a philosophy of governance in which traditional structures of government are transformed into new arrangements that best serve the needs of citizens and businesses. Under the one-window approach, citizens and businesses would receive government services through a single interface to government. The complex multi-agency organizational arrangements that go into that service delivery will be transparent to the customers of the service, leading to increased efficiencies and reductions in the transaction costs of regulation. And so this would be one interpretation of that would be 311. The government has, of Alberta has My Alberta. And so given that it's sort of a specific ask within the strategic plan, I'm just wondering why 311 hasn't been considered.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, through the chair. So 311 is not on the list. When you had, it was interesting, Mayor Clark, when you said one way to interpret that would be maybe it's a 311 system. I know that we've looked at a 311 approach over the last few years. It would be very comprehensive in terms of how we would approach that. And it would have a cost to it as well. We do have several levels of customer service currently that do address calls from residents. So if residents have a query, a question, if they want to pay either in person or online, they do have a way of doing that through City Hall customer service. We also have a Tier 2 customer service in terms of utility support. So those are currently what is in place. We don't call it a 311 system, although there is a single number that residents can call to get to the customer service desk.
So I appreciate that we do have numbers that you can call. That's not obviously a 311 system though, and people still have to have some navigation abilities to move through the relevant areas of the city. It's not, you contact one person and you get your answers. Lethbridge recently implemented a 311 system, and its reports are that it's working very well. And I understand there will be a cost to it, which is why I thought we might see it in the budget so that we could approve or not approve that cost, because that's kind of our job. And so I would have liked to at least see it in the deferred list or some costing of what that is so that we can then make a decision if the cost benefit analysis supports moving forward with 311. Lethbridge has put everything through their 311 and has developed some significant efficiencies through that. It also allows for better data collection, allowing us to be analyzing that data and improving our services continually based on that better information about the environment we're working in. So I would like to know how much it costs or would cost.
Any commentary?
Yeah, so through the chair, I do not know how much it would cost. If council so desires, we could come up with some preliminary numbers. I do know that our chief of staff has brought forward some recommendations regarding certain systems and so forth that council has seen. Beyond that, we haven't done any work regarding a 311 system. So I'll yield to council's desire in this area.
Well, we're not in a position at a council committee meeting of the whole to have a motion But, so I'll leave that with you, Mayor Clark, to decide if you want to bring a motion or if we want to, I think we can ask for information, we just can't do a motion at this.
Can I just quickly check the procedure bylaw? I think we can do a motion, because it's an open meeting, all of council is here.
But we've had no notice of the motion until now. So, we certainly all heard what you had to say. Sure. City Solicitor Bullock, did you want to chime in on this?
I'm fine to wait to our next council meeting to make a motion, but that's basically, I would like to see the costing on that, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. We have one relatively quickly, so that works. Did you want to discuss this point, Councillor Hirsch? Okay, do you mind, Councillor Van Dyke? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hirsch.
I do, thanks for that. And maybe as a supplemental to Mayor Clark, obviously, looking at what her point was the one style. I guess I would be more in keeping with the idea that we would direct staff to research different options available rather than just one specific one. And the only reason is, I think from a value perspective, I would like to know the options considered, not just one, because it might be financially unsustainable for us, or the other options might be a little bit, maybe a better fit for us, what we have right now relative to the other needs of the other communities. So I'm just putting that out there that I would just like to understand if we are going to direct staff to do that sort of research, that we do look at different options and costing. That's all. So, thanks.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to future discussion about that topic. Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. I just had through the chair, I had a question regarding the 3rd Street Southeast water mains replacement, 300 and 400 blocks. And this touches a little bit on some of the other items. They're not as blatant, I guess, as this one. I'm just wondering why this is coming to us at all, because this is a replacement of an existing infrastructure. And in my mind, that's operational and part of just a standard maintenance of city infrastructure and utilities. So I'm wondering why this is on the list. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can take a guess. In the past, we have had a downtown infrastructure rehab program that was separate from our other infrastructure rehab programs. But I can certainly ask Manager Sandra Plank to chime in.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, this portion, you are correct that this is part of a replacement project, but this portion of the request is for some enhancements. So we were asked when we did our budget presentations, our requests to separate out sustaining and growth. So in this case, this request is for a second pipe that will be put in. We would do it at the same time that we're doing the replacements on that portion of 3rd Street. But these are enhancements that will help us eventually provide additional secondary feed towards the flats, and also to enhance the service up into the Southeast Hill area. So this is not for the entire project for the replacement on 3rd. This is kind of a supplemental to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. All right, so just checking, we have a minor accident over here. I think, unless anyone has any other questions, I've got the second page of service orientation. If anyone has any questions about that, yes, go ahead, Councillor Gibanowski.
Just to the chair, very quickly, the gas, electric, new services, I'm making the assumption that there's some regular maintenance component to that, but when I look at the business case on page 112 of 205, the electrical service upgrade utility financing strategy. Is that part of that? And that's in response to the enhanced electrification needs that have been identified throughout the community over the past while. I know DNI in the past, we've had this conversation. Can I just assume that that is part and parcel of that? And I assume it is because it makes reference to a similar methodology being used by City of Lethbridge, NMAX, SaskPower, ATCO, et cetera, which was part of the conversation at that time. I just want to be certain that some of those funds or a portion of it are being formed around that cause, or am I completely missing the boat?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Dumanowski, I believe there's two different ones that you're referencing. The electrical service upgrade utility financing strategy was a discussion we were having around the transformer capacity upgrades for service upgrades to individual residences, and the contemplation of shifting the transformer cost from the individual person requesting to the rate base. So that's that one. The gas and electric new services that's referenced on service orientation 1 of 2, that is individual parcels requesting service, and that is 100% customer contributed, so zero impact to rates and zero impact to net budget.
So just on the former, then the replacement enhanced transformer would be meeting the need of the enhanced electrification needs that have been identified in conversations through the business development people and business community and residents at large who are seeing the need for enhanced electrification. That portion would be meeting that particular need. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, although we'll note that our analysis thus far indicates there's very little of the current requests related to actual electrification. So this proposal is suggesting, in anticipation of future electrification types of requests, that we would anticipate increasing in volume through time, that we could start this program now based on the handful of requests today. But I'd suggest the discretionary item on this one is more a timing question.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that we're through all of the questions we had up to the end of service orientation 2 of 2. So I'm going to move to deferred items to see if there's any questions coming out of that list of items.
I guess an explanation of the halo, and I guess I already mentioned about the fair entry cutoff point or access point. But the halo one, we approved some funding. This would be additional funding that continues that on. I'm just wondering why that was deferred.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Clark, and through the chair to council. Yeah, I think everyone recognized the incredible service that HALO provides to the city of Medicine Hat and certainly southern Alberta and into Saskatchewan. As it always comes into discussion, the concept of jurisdictional responsibility and accountability comes into play. And again, when we analyzed the totality of the asks in front of council, the concept of the provincial government properly funding HEMS or Helicopter Emergency Medical Service came back into play. But I will say for council's information, I did get an email from the executive director of HALO, and it was unfortunate that I was away on vacation, but it did come out in the newspaper, and so he had some obvious concerns. I've suggested that HALO make another request to speak to council and advise council what the landscape of helicopter emergency medical services really looks like in the province of Alberta right now, and how does HALO fit in with the other operating units that exist in the province. And I haven't heard back from Paul on that suggestion yet, but I think it would be really valuable for perhaps council to defer making any decision on funding HALO or not until perhaps they've had a chance to come in front of council and update council on how things look from a HEMS perspective in the province and how they're making out with their individual business plans.
Thank you very much, Managing Director Stouth. So seeing no other questions, okay, of course.
Thank you. I saw that look, Councillor Robbins. I promise I'll make it quick. I had a comment towards that, if you don't mind, Managing Director Stouth. So I like the idea of having HALO come and talk to us. My question would only be, are we going to open that up to everybody that has a funding request? I feel like that it puts us in a situation where we're giving proprietary relationship to, not that I'm a big supporter. However, I also, just from a community point of view, I go, wait a minute, I'm not getting that opportunity to go to council. So I just want to make sure that we are fair to all community members. And then my question was on one of the deferred items is two, actually, the Gershaw Drive interchange and the intersection improvement. I have to tell you, I was really excited about intersection improvements. So how did they get deferred? And out of the big scheme, is it just not like important? Like, because especially the Gershaw one, I mean, it's awful.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. I do appreciate your comments on the HALO funding question, and I'm not sure the number of external external funding requests we've got in front of us in this package here, but that would certainly be a significant one. And again, I think over time we can see that the landscape of how HEMS works in the province change, and so it would be probably relevant that they come and visit and update council. To your second question, I can speak to the Gershaw Drive interchange. So, yeah, Gershaw Drive interchange has been a tough one for our folks in Parks and Recreation to try to manage. The area that we get the greatest complaints about is not city property. It's Alberta Transportation property. We used to have an irrigation system in there. It failed. Parks and Recreation recommended that we try and transition that land back to some natural growth. So Parks and Recreation have been over there this spring, and even though we've suggested that we are in drought conditions, we have seen some significant rainfall in the area. And they are reporting back that they're starting to see some of the turf that, natural turf that they would hope catch is catching. So the naturalization of the area can continue, but it will not look like it ever did unless we make an investment into supplied water for the project. And again, with the totality of things that were in front of council for consideration, we made the decision to defer it.
Thank you. Quick follow-up. I'm not sure if I understood the comment on HALO. I agree it needs to be in front of us. How do we get around being fair and consistent to our community? Is, I guess, my question. Do we have a proposed solution on that?
Thank you for the question. I don't have a solution for it.
No, fair enough. Yeah.
If I can be perfectly honest, but I think.
Understood.
I think groups that want to address council, there's a process for that, and
I agree. I guess my fear is, it's budget time. So do we need to tell groups that want to get in front of us and get a piece of the pie, they need to get in front of us to get a piece of the pie? Because I guess what I don't want to do in January is a budget amendment for some group that didn't get in front of us, or I see Mr. Heimer coming to the podium.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, I think specifically with Halo, because it is something that we funded in 23 and 24 with the express intention of having this discussion, I think that there's a precedent set for this one, that we're not creating a process for opening it up to the community. We're addressing something that had been previously approved, and there's a decision here whether to move forward or not. One of the other reasons that we do think that it's most appropriate for Halo to come forward is that we really don't know what the funding need is. We know what we provided in the last 2 years, but things could have changed. So we're looking to have Halo come back, have that conversation, provide that information to you and for consideration.
Yeah, no, I do totally get that. I guess when I listen to this conversation, and I think, the very first thing I think is, with the cost of living going up and just the way the world is right now, we see the women's shelter in having to expand to keep up with just the demand. So, and that's our local again. So I guess that's a conversation around this table, but they're part of our community too. So I just don't want to be preferential and say, sorry, but you came to us first. Or maybe that is what we want to say, but I would like to see what council would say about that. And then my second question is, okay, super dumb question on the intersection. So I lived in Cochrane for a while, and one of the things they did was there was our AstroTurf at the intersections that they didn't continue on, not AstroTurf, that, whatever it's called. Not green stuff, but it's the one that you can, it's what's it called? Is it Astro? I don't know what it's called. Anyways, a couple of my neighbors have it, and it's fine, they just hose it off. But I guess my question is, when I look at that intersection, and it's where everybody has to drive through this town, and I know we're doing naturalization, but our guests and our visitors, and we had this conversation last budget, what do we do to not get it so, it's just so ugly? And people think that we don't care about the community, and we do care. Everybody around this table cares about the community. So can we do something different? Especially, I guess, I'll shut up in 2 seconds. I guess, and especially because we just had a conversation about the pump track and it's some trees and water. Then I go, but isn't this better to have this water at the intersection? Okay, now I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps, and through the chair to council. So I will say that the $2.5 million ask or estimate that we deferred was a reestablishment of irrigation system and manicured grass. There are lower tiers of things that we can do to try and improve the intersection, how it looks. We've got some tiered things that we can do, and of course one of them that we're trying to do right now is naturalization. But there are some other things that Parks and Recreation have looked at that are a possibility. And so we could provide some supplemental information back to council, and I know that, I think I said this before, we're not really at the 11th hour yet as far as the year goes, so if it's council's desire to have some more information presented on what lower tiered cost options are for the Gershaw Drive intersection, we can bring, or the interchange, we can bring that back. Just bear in mind that whatever we would suggest and what council would want us to do, we would of course have to have Alberta Transportation approval to move forward with it.
Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks. This is council's obviously first go around on doing this whole review as far as budget goes. I actually have, and I don't know if we're debriefing yet, I guess I'm worried that if you're going to lay down the gavel, we're going to stop the meeting. So I have a question on process. So are we, like, where do we go from here? I feel like this has just been an interesting exercise. I'm not sure if I'm sold on this whole process yet, because to do a business plan as a one-pager when we've found out some nuances on each project, and I always in my mind go, okay, decide, defer, deny. I guess that goes back to process. So here we looked at a myriad of projects. Is it your desire that council's gonna say yay, nay on each one? And how does, because I'm just trying to understand, if I go back and do the exercise and go X on that, check mark there, like, what are you vesting with us, and what are you looking for feedback from us? Because we also have to weigh your list to the ramifications and realizations and financial pressures to the taxpayer already. And we would love to be everything to everybody. So I'm just trying to figure out where we're going, because I'm also listening to projects that some individual councillors want to do. And again, we'd have to do the will of council for sure. So I'm just trying to think about, okay, what does this look like? So, you know, we heard about Gershaw interchange, and I might be for it or against it either. Heard about other type of things. What is that gonna be looking like for us to arrive on the destination that you're maybe hoping we arrive to?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hirsch. I will go back a few meetings ago where we had introduced some key budget assumptions which really put some stakes in the ground in terms of constraints to put these numbers together. That included tax revenue increases, elimination of our budget gap by 2026, and then also maintaining financial fiscal health and sustainability going forward. So it's a short term and it's a long term. So looking at those three constraints, at least those three constraints, and there's other ones that come into play, but those are three major ones. We looked at what could we afford for new initiatives for the city that would advance council's plan. And so what we're introducing today is what we believe we can afford within these three constraints that would advance the plan. So if you recall at the last meeting on June 25th, the process of proposing this list, it did go through quite a process. There's quite a few people involved, both in dreaming and imagining, to preparing, to ranking. Executive also looked at it, similar to what you're doing right now, and went through it and asked questions and did some repositioning. But now you're providing a different lens from the community. You're providing a political and a community lens. So when we present this list to you, it's proposed. It's our best proposal of what we believe is required. It is now your opportunity, number one, to feel comfort of the process, but also that you have an opportunity to reposition some of them from a political or from a community perspective that we maybe haven't identified yet. So there's a lot more to happen between now and December when the entire package comes forward to council for final deliberation and approval. What we require at this stage is, I'll call it alignment by council, that we can now incorporate these items in terms of our comprehensive budget plan over the next few months and present something to council. We do need an early indication at this point in time on the new initiatives in the capital. There's a lot that fall out of the 55 projects that we presented. So in October, November, we'll come a operating picture, a consolidated picture, and then the final picture for municipal, which will fold everything together. Sustaining capital, or sustaining base operations, new initiatives, and we'll have a final tax increase and so forth. So that's maybe a long answer, but that's the way that I would describe it, Councillor Hirsch.
If I can. So I'm trying to rationalize this in my mind in terms of, again, so I appreciate the comments. I know that's a very 100,000 foot level. I'm asking specifically, are you saying that we gave you, is your takeaway that we gave you a cursory nod on these projects right now? Because I am a little bit concerned that that's what you would maybe feel. Because it might not be the case, because we've heard a deferred list that some people would say, hey, I'd like to kind of have that back on there. What's our process to load that back on? Or is that an exercise that we're gonna do ourselves to kind of play pitch and catch on all these items that, and I guess that's my worry, and I'll be quite transparent, as I'm not necessarily a big fan of this procedure, because collectively our job is to, and you mentioned about, the consideration of closing the budget gap to zero. I kind of feel like that would be council's decision to have that discussion. So I'm a little bit worried about our waters becoming muddied a little bit. That at the end of the day, and I had asked some time ago, is this list something we have to have, or is it a wish? And the response is that we need it. We need it. According to your review and your staff and all that, we need it. So now I'm going, okay, so if we need it, then that's the decision we need to make. And maybe that final 5.6%, in my mind, going, is that kind of too high given interest rates, inflation, food inflation? I think about all the pressures of citizens out there right now relative to another ask by this council to say, hey, you know what, we're gonna go up 5.6% on this growth initiative. Or we could do 3 point whatever just on maintenance. So that's the part I feel like I could grapple with. The only challenge is if we said, hey, it's gonna be 3.6% or 3.8 or 4, what blood gets spilt off that list then to get to say 4%? And who decides that? So I'm trying to go in my mind, I'm along for this journey. I'm just trying to figure out, even from this list, who's the winners and who's the losers if the budget comes back less by us making the decision on, you know what, 4% I think makes sense relative to, we know kind of interest rates are gonna head down. Having said that, we know some people have mortgages, they're coming due and they're gonna get hit pretty hard. And that goes in my mind as well, and that's my challenge. So procedurally, I'm challenged in terms of how do you want me to respond to this list? Because then at the end of the day, I would maybe want to make a consideration for the one or many, and we get the will of council for each one, if in fact we could not fulfill your wish for the full list. That's where I'm coming from.
Great comments, a lot of questions. Let me maybe start with, it's not our intention to get into council's lane at all, but to work together with you to solve some of these issues. So,
and I'll interject, and it's not my intention to get into administration's lane either, because I kind of feel in some ways by a business plan that is of course abbreviated because of that, I don't know if I know the full nuances of each ask, and that's my worry from this exercise. And I don't know if it's within my lane to say yay or nay. Do you really need speakers at the park at $150,000? that sort of thing that I feel from a governance point of view, I'm challenged with, because that would be administration to make that funding request to us in aggregate, and then we confirm or whatever and adjust as necessary. So that's my only submission to you, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but that's why I'm saying from respecting each other's lane.
Yeah. So through the chair, again, the way I would explain it or view it is this is what we believe we can currently afford to advance council's plan. So these are items that we've identified that we believe will move that plan forward. If it's less, like if one of those goalposts have changed, constraints have changed, and you talked about either the budget gap or the tax rate, if those changes, we need to go back and figure out what can we afford within those constraints. And that's really how we got this list. And that's why we started with the key budget assumptions back in May, because that's the starting point. That's the starting point from a really high level of what does that look like, and what does the impact look like? So we're trying to balance the short term and the long term. I will also add, through the chair, Councillor Hirsch, the intention is for next week, Monday, at council meeting, is to ask council to introduce a motion, not to approve these items, but to support the items, to include them in the comprehensive budget package that will then come forward to council later in the year. So council will still have an opportunity to, we may have more information leading to the end of the year, but that's where the real approval will occur. So I know it feels a little awkward now in asking for it, like, or do you agree with this? So, you could use different languages. Do you align sort of with the approach on where we're headed on the recommendation? And if so, we'll then take these items and introduce them. However, if council would like to us to do additional work, to add items, to maybe take items off, I think that should be included in that motion.
So I appreciate that, and so I'm sorry to belabor the point, but my challenge is now exactly what you're saying, is that we would implicitly or somewhat say we're generally supportive, but that would be only if we accept that. So what is the mechanism for us to arrive of the will of council on any items to come back, maybe off the deferred list back into budget, or take any other items that are been approved back out of the proposed budget? Like, do you know what I mean? And because right now, I don't see a path forward where we have the time to have that discussion. And maybe you're gonna tell me that will be, and maybe it hasn't been considered in terms of what our methodology is gonna be to have that lob and pitch and catch in terms of a little bit of debate, what goes in, what stays in, what goes out, and maybe what was deferred goes back in. So can you help me understand when that occurs? Because right now, I'm not sure I'm gonna sign off really on that then. Do you know what I mean?
If I may, could I take a crack at answering that?
Sure, I've got Councillor McGrogan. Did you have a question, or you want to? I had a question and a comment. Okay. Did you want to ask well, Councillor Hirsch is sort of talking about the end of the road, but
Right.
you had a question
I did.
before, so did you
So I
want to
do
handle your
appreciate
question?
this conversation, and I do want it to continue, because it's bang on the money. There's a big train coming down the tracks. It's called Medicine Hat Exhibition Stampede, as we all know. There's a big decision to make there. I'm wondering what thought has been put into, and I know we don't know a number, we don't know if we're gonna support, if we're not gonna support, but the ask is coming. And I'm wondering if that's been factored into any of these budget considerations, or where it might be, because we know that they're gonna be back to us within a month or two with the information that we've asked for them to provide, and we're gonna have to make a decision. So does that become an amendment to the budget? If we decide to do something, partially, all of it, whatever? So I'm curious what we've done there, and then I would have a comment, but I don't think Councillor Hirsch and Mayor Clark, I'd like to hear what you have to say, but I appreciate that strain of conversation as well.
Thank you, Councillor McGrogan. I will just speak briefly on Medicine Hat Exhibition Stampede. So yes, we continue to wait for answers to, in regards to the information that we've asked them to provide. There is not an ask in what's been put in front of council in regards to that. So anything that's done in regards to Medicine Hat Exhibition and Stampede would be a plus or an add. So I think it's relevant to bring that to the surface, but we don't have it included. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, follow-up comment, yes, it does, thank you. I know it's very difficult to plan for because we don't know what is yet, so I appreciate that. But as long as we've got our eye on that and know that there's going to be something coming back, so thank you for that.
Mayor Clark, you want to take a stab at answering the question?
I would, thank you. So budget is obviously completely within our lane, and we could change up to, the final deliberations, but I think probably next Monday is too early for the indicative support, but depending on how it's worded, as you said. But we'll have lots of council meetings between now and then, and in my view, it would just be the ordinary process of council, of someone making a motion and then council debating it. And you can do that at any time. Like at the next meeting, I could make a motion that I want more information about 311. And then if council agrees that we get more information, then we agree. Or perhaps Councillor Sharps wants to make a motion to get a briefing note to include Gershaw Drive upgrades or the aesthetics of it. We would make a motion, presumably a briefing note would come back, and then we would debate and decide on the briefing note. That's how I would interpret the process going.
And I guess so, appreciate the feedback, I guess, but that's my fear, that we're doing one-off at any drop of the hat. We would do a one-off request without understanding the ramifications to the whole. So that by itself is my concern, quite frankly, is that if we did that process, then we would always have to go back to say, okay, what's the impact to that? And I don't know if I'm supportive of that methodology. And because quite frankly, we've never done this process before, and I'm trying to understand it as well. I love the idea of having an open discussion, because I think everyone needs to know our thoughts and that sort of thing, and I think that's important. But my understanding and thought around this is, if we defer or accept or even deny, there's ramifications for the rest of the budget. And that's why I need to understand what's the implications of that, because if we add on, like if we say, you know what, we need to stay within 4% or whatever, wherever we arrive, I don't know what that's gonna look like. I guess I need to know what is going to be removed and that sort of thing for us to arrive at that number, or maybe that interest, that 4%, 5%, whatever the 5.6 as it is now. So I would love to have the ability to have that discussion almost kind of collectively rather than individually, because I don't know what the impact is going to be on an isolated basis as we move forward. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there, that I'm not exactly enamored with kind of how, if that's how it's going to be, I'm not excited for that, because as far as sign-off goes, maybe there is, I would love to still have specific understanding, and not that I'm asking for an additional meetings, believe me, but what I'm trying to do is understand what that's gonna look like. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Sharps has been waiting, Councillor McGrogan, so go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, because I do agree with actually both comments that have been made. So here's my question, because I personally on Monday can't come back and say, I make a motion to accept this and go forward, because there's some that I do and some that I don't, but I mean, I might stand alone. So I get the feeling you're, like, you need us to tell you what we want and what we don't want. So there's, I can't remember how many items there is, but I'm not willing to do one motion for all the items. So, and I don't think we have time to do 80-some motions. So I guess, how do we get to the top 5? Or do we rank them as council, where you send out a, like, I'm just being kind of like, you know, thinking out loud. Is it a poll that comes out and we rank the top 5, and, or we just rank 1 to 5 on importance on every line item, and it'll give you a good idea? I don't know, but I know that we, in my opinion, we can't have a council meeting that goes over every line item and does a council vote. I think that we would be here till October. But what I am willing is, if the very first line item is the food waste, I think is the very first one, and as a council, we get to rank it between 1 and 5 in importance to us, and everybody ranks it at 1 except for Shyla, well, then Shyla gets outvoted. Will of council, move on, right? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a bit faster. Maybe it's a way to do it where we're not getting into their lane, but we're getting our opinion across. I'm just trying to come up with a different, because I also think Mark Clark's right, that it is our lane to make sure, and our community and all communities across Canada are hypersensitive. They want to know what we're spending their tax dollars on. And I get it. So, and I think it's important. So I think I would rather have a community that wants to know that isn't paying attention. So we got to be grateful for what we have, but how do we get to this without 900 more meetings?
Councillor McGrogan, did you want to add something? I've got a
Yeah,
comment
just,
myself.
I'll be quick. So I really appreciate this conversation, because I came here tonight, this is your time to ask questions about each of these things. So we got into the weeds and we asked, you know, what about this thing and that, which is great. And I have a way better understanding, but I have some bigger rocks that I want to talk about that I don't think tonight is the time. But I think there's some big issues around things, you know, like FTEs and stuff that I want to make sure that we can get on the table and talk about. And I want to make sure that we do that in a respectful way, that I guess everybody gets heard. Because, again, our opinions might not all be the same, obviously. But I just want to make sure that Monday night, I'm not going to be able to come in here and go, I kind of support it, because I only maybe 60% support it, to be quite honest with you. So let's just, I guess we need to think about what that looks like. So I just wanted to make that comment. I want to thank you all for your great work on this, so thank you.
Did you want to go ahead, Mr. Heimer? Or I have a comment, but I can wait to hear.
Acting City Manager Eggert had some
Acting City
comments.
Manager Eggert looked like he wanted to
go
say
ahead?
something.
Okay, obviously, go ahead.
Yeah, I think those are all excellent points. Thank you for those comments. And we don't want to put council in a position where you're doing administrative work or the administration's work. And one of the comments sort of led towards that, and I certainly don't want to have your time spent on doing detailed work like that. And quite frankly, we have experts and technical experts and people who have been here a long time that know you know, where the opportunities are from a technical perspective, from a risk perspective, that is intended to aid council to, you know, in terms of those recommendations to help council with a starting point. So what we may be missing is the political or the community impact. And so if what you're proposing is to say, what I'm hearing out in the community is a different lens than what we're seeing, fair enough. Have you guys thought about this, or what about this? And I think I've heard some of that tonight, but that's the kind of thing that we are expecting from this conversation, is to say, you know, that list that administration is proposing, you're almost there, but please consider these factors, and then we'll go away and do some homework.
Okay, so I have a few thoughts. This has been a really interesting exercise for a lot of reasons. I don't know if anyone else watches Ted Lasso, but be curious, not judgmental, and this has piqued my curiosity. And I'm so grateful to hear the subject matter experts directly saying this is what we need and this is why we need it. And and not in any way trying to advocate or affect our opinion either, just to give us the best information they can based on their expertise, which is not our expertise. We're, you know, sitting here because people thought we would make good decisions, but the information to help us make those decisions is not in our own heads. It's in very many skilled people. So just that alone was very interesting to hear tonight. Yeah, anyway, and they weren't trying to influence us either, which is it's very hard to advocate for or inform without advocacy. It's really difficult, and I certainly heard a lot of information today and very little advocacy for what they sort of wanted from this list. For me, the purpose was for me to understand the budget ask, what it was going to be, and to hear more about the items for me to sit and think, do these align with our strategic plan? And so that was in everything that came up. I think, how does that align with our strategic plan? How will that drive growth? How will that be in the best interest of the city of Medicine Hat? So I also don't want to go through things one by one and sort of piece them apart. I think there's some things in the whole presentation that could have more work maybe done at committee so that we would understand better sort of the issues that may be surrounding, especially like the larger ticket items, something, you know, some more information that came from the committee and questions from the committee might be helpful to sort of guide that path a little bit. But for me, I was just really trying to understand, because ultimately I'm going to approve a budget, and understand what the budget would be used for is something that we haven't been presented in this way before. So I thought there was great value in it. I sort of agree with Councillor Hirsch, like what is the next step from here would be the question. And it's good that we're having this conversation about what is the next step, because if we weren't saying that, we didn't have enough information. So clearly we got our questions answered, we have the information we need, but is the next step on some of these that committee needs to consider it a little bit more? Is the next step for you to say, well, if we agreed with this general concept, then you can go and plan the budget with this as the idea? Or did you not? To me, I would be giving you feedback if I felt none of these things matched our strategic plan. We've heard Mayor Clark saying there was something in our strategic plan that she thinks is missing and we should talk about, and we should talk about if it's in the strategic plan and missing, for sure. So I know I'm not helping the conversation by kind of rambling like this, but I'm not really sure what the next step should be. And so this was when we sat down earlier, I said, well, we're going to ask questions tonight, but not share opinions, because we're supposed to remain open-minded until there's a motion. I can't say, oh, I would never agree to that, because I don't know until I've heard everyone else's position on it, whether I would or wouldn't. I have to, by our code of conduct, by the MGA, stay open-minded until there's a motion in front of me. And then I've got to consider what everyone says and then make a decision. So it's a bit hard to express an opinion, and then the next part of it is, should I express an opinion, or should I say my opinion is about the percentage of tax rate, and that's the opinion that matters? And then these things, when I look at them, yeah, they go along with our strategic plan, and that's the extent of my lane. And then I merge off to wherever I go, and then you keep going down the 7-lane or 20-lane highway or whatever the city of Medicine Hat is. And so I'm sort of looking for my off-ramp, I guess, to say that you've done your work and you continue, and you're probably looking for the same thing from us, is to say, we want to continue on the highway. Are we on the right road, or are we supposed to go in another direction? So I'm not sure where we go from here, although I think the experience has been very valuable. And I feel like I'm more well-informed than I've been before as a councillor, which is a compliment to everybody here. Anyway, Mayor Clark has some things to add, unless someone wants to respond to that. Sorry, it was a bit rambly, but.
Just a response to that, Councillor Robbins, would it be helpful? I know we had one slide related to the timetable between now and the end of the year. Would that be helpful at all, just to run through that again, just to see how we get to the end point? Or were you more concerned about what do we do with this meeting?
What do we do on Monday is my question, but maybe Mayor Clark can help out here.
Yeah, we just have a couple of minutes left today. It is going to be on the agenda on Monday, and that will give administration time and each of us time to consider what we want the next steps to be. So my suggestion would be maybe to discuss it at council on Monday, and hopefully maybe administration could provide some additional insights in terms of process once they've had a chance to consider the concerns that they've heard.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So just a couple of thoughts from my perspective. So I understand this being a new process, that there's a little bit of murkiness around how we move forward. I will say that the City of Edmonton has a very excellent step-by-step kind of instructional document that says exactly how this process works. They do amendments to the budget and then they pass the budget as an omnibus, which is what my assumption was that this was going to be. I think it's important that we are comfortable with individual things in this decision. I'm not comfortable passing an omnibus without having amendments to it if I feel that I want to make them, because we are ultimately responsible for all of time and eternity for the decisions that are made around this table. And where you put your money is really the direction of everything in government. So how you fund things and where the money comes from and how it's used is the most deciding factor of almost anything we do, other than maybe some policy development. And so I feel it's important that we have a hand in making those decisions, even if they are, feels like maybe it's getting into the minutia. So those are just my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dyke. Did you want to say anything, Mr. Heimer?
If I could get in a word. There's been a lot of discussion around the table, and I appreciate the perspectives that everyone is bringing. The purpose of the new growth opportunities is that we have the collective of the entire organization with our councillors together, administration, strategy, community, all together in one place to collectively try to make the best decisions for the city moving forward. This is the most key and crucial component of the budget that we can do, because this is going to set and shape the city for the next number of years. So I think it's appropriate that we're taking the time to discuss, to debate, to deliberate this piece. And I appreciate that there's some questions around how do we move forward from this point. I also hear a lot of questions about what about this Big Rock? What about this consideration? What about affordability? This is what deliberation is for, because we have this collective thing where it's not just about approving new items, but we have to consider how this is going to affect people and what are the big things coming in the horizon. And it's not a clear picture, and it's going to create frustration because we can't do everything. That's what constraint is. But it's the exact conversation that we need to be having. And so that's what we're facilitating here, and I feel like it's very good conversation. I don't think that we should be discouraged by that. I think what we need to recognize too is that there is a place for these new growth opportunities within our city. Even if we have facilities for the future, we still have needs in other areas across the city that need to be funded. We can't ignore everything else just because we have a few big rocks. So we need to find that balance. And that's the collective of this group here, is to be able to find that balance. And we're committed to that, and I know everyone else is too. So we'll find it. Like we said, we're on our third deliberation of an entire budget process, and I know that there's discussions that everybody wants to have, and we will get there. As far as process goes for the next couple of meetings, I think the main thing is what we're looking for is that community-focused lens. Typically, you know, when we're talking about adding or removing items from the list, I agree with Mayor Clark's comments that really what we're looking for is people to put a motion on the floor to discuss a particular item. We did have another item on this menu after the question period, which was a deliberation, which was that open discussion for people to have the opportunity to talk with one another back and forth. So we're trying to anticipate some of those needs. If it feels, as Mayor Clark had put, maybe a little bit too early to meet on Monday to discuss. We can always look to do it at a different council meeting as well. That's an opportunity. If you need more time to discuss, or if we want to host another meeting, we're open and flexible to that. I think that it would be completely appropriate to say, let's have a discussion about the items that maybe are off the list that we'd like to bring on, items that are on the list that we maybe think should drop off, and not focus on more of the omnibus approach, but just more of what are the things that are sitting on the margins that we'd like to see, and then where the list lands, the list lands. But then maybe we have a motion from council saying we would like you to target a certain property tax rate and come back to us with some recommendations. And I think maybe that's a good compromise that could meet the needs of everyone here. So those are just my thoughts.
Those are some great thoughts, Mr. Heimer. And the fact that you articulated them off the top of your head is also very impressive. As a professional public speaker, I'm impressed. I'm not easily impressed. But Councillor Dymanowski, also a professional public speaker, has something to say.
Probably making comments after the fact, but I just want to echo a lot of the comments that have been made. For me, the process obviously was intended to be very open, very impactful, aligned with our strategic goals, and you've done that in spades. It's been great. The part I struggle with, kind of similar to some of the other comments, is around, and I'll say the compartmentalized component of it is almost like, look at this, agree or disagree. Now look at the growth pieces, agree or disagree. What fell off? What should come off? In kind of a linear sense, it works, but in the totality, I struggle a bit because, like Councillor McGrogan, there are some big rocks I need to understand to make sense of each area. And so the question then is, when do we do that? When do we ask that? Because for me, it's not as simple as saying, well, 5.6 is too high, come back with, if it's my personal will, come back with 4.6. Or I just think going through all these items and deciding which ones fall off and which ones go back on is going to be more difficult than we can imagine, because, and I'm going to say a comment I made to some senior staff after last meeting was around, just simplistically, if you were tasked to look at all of these items and weigh them as administrative staff, operational staff, to say because on here they're all just line items and they all have a business page to them, but they might, in some cases, you might be going, they'd be crazy, I'm saying this, to pull this off the list, that like this would dismantle this initiative or this department. Or on the other hand, there's bound to be some things that you would feel could come off that, or could be deferred, as when you went through that exercise to begin with. So I want to understand as well where we can do that, even though we're doing it in a very nice linear sense, and it works well to some extent. There's some big rocks, big picture pieces that I will want to understand in relation to this before I can even have the kind of conversation we're having today about what stays on and what doesn't. So those were just my thoughts. I thought I should weigh in as a professional public speaker. I thought I should.
I appreciate that, and through the chair. In previous budget cycles, we would throw at you a list of 100+ capital items, growth and sustaining, and it'd come to you in a closed council session, and there'd be about as much information as we're providing here, and it wouldn't be in a public setting. We wouldn't be having this discussion the way that we are now. I think that this provides more opportunity for you, like you said, to sit with all of the experts and ask the questions that are on your mind to get that proper context. I would say the reason that we're doing this in committee of the whole is because this process is an evolution. It's not the case that the decision that we made today or in this next little session is going to be solidified now and forever. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create stepping stones. We're trying to lay that baseline so that we can have the proper conversations about facilities for the future, energy transition, and the things that we need to do in order to make those things happen. We believe that that baseline includes growth across the city. As you heard from all of the directors here today, there are things that we need to do. And it's not just in this place or that. And I know that these things are big items that we need to talk about, but we need to establish a baseline that makes room for that growth. So what I would suggest is that we keep the conversation open-ended. Is that we go forward saying this sounds good to us today. If we have major concerns, we flag them on Monday through a motion. We set maybe some expectations from council of what they're looking for as far as property tax, if that's the will of council. And then we continue the conversation. Nothing is final until December, but that would be my suggestion.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other comments or questions. We're a little bit past meeting time, so thanks everyone for their patience, and thanks to everyone who spent the afternoon and evening with us online waiting for your name to be called. If your name wasn't called, I'm sorry. Your briefing note was too good. We had no questions. Just take it that way. All right, the meeting is adjourned then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.